Chapter 712. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi returned to the end of the bamboo bridge. As soon as they set foot on the ground, Zhang Qiuying and a group of female disciples flew towards them. The woman named Axin, immediately guessed what was going on when she saw this scene. She wanted to use the rules of the bamboo bridge to make things difficult for Han Yunxi, but she still feared Long Feiyi. Most of the female disciples of Celestial Mountain both adored and feared Long Feiyi, but Zhang Qiuying was different. She was the head elder's only daughter and the eldest young miss of Lockhart Courtyard. Besides Duan Muyao, no one else in the younger generation of Celestial Mountain dared to talk back to her. With Lockhart Courtyard as her backing, Zhang Qiuying naturally didn't fear Long Feiyi as much as the others. Good news never left the house, but bad news spread far and wide. Before Zhang Qiuying and the rest even set foot on the ground, many disciples flew over from all directions. And yet, all of them were female disciples. It was obvious that they were all here to watch a good show. Han Yunxi's face turned gloomy as she looked at the graceful figures, their faces like peach blossoms as they danced in the air like celestial fairies. Long Feiyi was very taciturn as he observed Han Yunxi's expression. His gaze never left her face and his lips were pursed tightly. For some reason, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Han Yunxi suddenly glanced at him, causing Long Feiyi to avert his gaze. Su Donglin, there are plenty of peach blossoms ahead, but there are plenty here as well. Han Yunxi sighed with emotion. Her voice was very low, but Long Feiyi heard her clearly. No matter how stupid Su Donglin was, he could still sense the sourness in her words. Resentful of his mistake, he didn't dare to reply. Su Donglin, don't you think so? Han Yunxi asked next. Su Donglin hung his head and wished he could find a hole to hide in. He and the other shadow guard had always envied and hated Chu Shifeng. They all thought that following His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei's side was a cushy job, but only after experiencing it firsthand did they realize how bitter it was. If he fawned over one, he would offend the other. Being stuck between a rock and a hard place was a tragedy. Su Dongdong, I'm asking you a question. Han Yunxi suddenly shouted. Su Donglin was shocked, and Long Feiyi immediately looked over. It was as if Han Yunxi was not calling Su Donglin, but him. Su Donglin timidly glanced at His Highness Duke of Qin. He could actually see the embarrassment and nervousness in his eyes. Finally, Su Donglin realized that esteemed Wang Fei wasn't actually asking him, but His Highness Duke of Qin. The safest thing for him to do was to remain silent. As expected, Han Yunxi didn't press Su Donglin any further, but stared at Long Feiyi with questioning eyes. Long Feiyi immediately averted his gaze and took her hand. I'll take you across the bridge. Long Feiyi, you're feeling guilty. Han Yunxi murmured. No. Long Feiyi hadn't done anything wrong, so what was he feeling guilty about? Then why don't you dare to look at me? Han Yunxi asked again. Long Feiyi met her gaze. Are you nervous? Han Yunxi asked again. No, Long Feiyi denied. You clearly are. Han Yunxi could tell. Long Fei brushed aside her bangs to block her piercing eyes. Do you mind? He asked. Yes. Han Yunxi admitted it openly. Long Feiyi's hand stiffened, and Han Yunxi laughed. Long Feiyi looked at her, not knowing what to do with her. He didn't know if she was really unhappy or faking it. He didn't know if she really minded or was just joking with him. He couldn't figure out her thoughts and emotions on certain matters. Was he not smart enough? Or were women just so fickle? He frowned as he looked at Han Yunxi's crafty eyes and smiled. There was a hint of helplessness and doting in his smile. Long Feiyi, if I successfully cross this bridge, will you reward me? This was Han Yunshi's first time asking for a reward. You'll definitely cross it. Long Fei Yi was certain. What do you want? Tell me. I'll tell you when we cross it. Han Yunshi looked mysterious. At this moment, Zhang Qiuying and the others walked over and landed on the cliff by the bridge. Qin Wangfei has a backbone. She must cross this bridge. Sisters, we must cheer her on today. Zhang Qiuying said loudly. As soon as her voice fell, the crowd booed. On the surface, they snorted at Zhang Qiuying's words, but in fact, they were booing Han Yunshi. Zhang Qiuying was very satisfied and said, although no one has ever broken the record, Qin Wangfei is confident. Everyone, let's encourage her since she has such confidence. Who knows, she might really break the record today. The response was even louder than before. Clearly, no one believed her. Han Yunshi felt that this kind of provocation was really boring. She wasn't affected at all. Long Fei Yi treated the surrounding people as air. Ignoring everyone else around them, the two of them walked hand in hand to the side of the bridge. Long Fei stepped onto the bridge first and faced Han Yunshi, planning to use the backwards method to walk forward. This time, everyone consciously quieted down. Zhang Qiuying was also nervous and anxiously reminded him, Senior Brother Yi, if you use martial arts, it's against the rules. People without martial arts had to walk over step by step. Those who helped her also couldn't use martial arts. Long Fei Yi naturally knew this restriction. Otherwise, he only needed to use his martial arts to step on the suspension bridge and stabilize it. No matter how strong the wind was, the suspension bridge wouldn't sway and Han Yunshi would be able to smoothly cross. The biggest difficulty in crossing this bamboo bridge was that there was nothing fixed on the bridge. One had to rely on one's own strength to find balance. Only after maintaining balance could one continue to walk forward. Moreover, to continue walking forward, one had to take into account balance with every step. The two ropes hanging the bamboo tube were loose and the two handrails on both sides were also loose. It was really difficult to maintain balance from the beginning of the bridge to the end. Even Long Fei Yi had to spend a lot of effort to maintain balance. He stepped on the bamboo tube and exerted all his strength on the bamboo tube. As a result, the two ropes hanging the bamboo tube were pulled taut. He didn't pull the handrails but kept his hands in front and back to maintain balance. Hold my hand and don't touch the ropes on both sides, he whispered. Han Yunshi could see that Long Fei Yi was using brute force to maintain balance. He didn't use any martial arts at all. She first reached out to hold Long Fei Yi's hand and then stepped on the bamboo tube with one foot and the other on the cliff to support her weight. She immediately felt the sweat on Long Fei Yi's hand. This man only took one step and it was already very difficult to maintain his balance. If she stepped on it, he would have to bear her balance and her weight. This bridge was so long, how long would it take to reach the end? Looking at Long Fei Yi's furrowed brows and the thin layer of sweat on his temples, Han Yunshi didn't step on it for a long time. She couldn't bear to see him work so hard. Come up, don't be afraid. Long Fei Yi wasn't urging, but comforting. Han Yunshi's brows were furrowed and she didn't move for a long time. No way, you're afraid of this. Han Yunshi, how are you going to walk over? Zhang Qiuying felt that she had overestimated Han Yunshi. She thought that Han Yunshi would step on the bridge and cry, but she didn't expect that Han Yunshi didn't even dare to step on the bridge. If you're afraid, then don't walk. You're wasting everyone's time. She doesn't dare to step on the bridge even with Senior Brother Ye's protection. Hee. No wonder she doesn't know martial arts. A coward can't learn martial arts, haha. The surrounding mocking voices gradually increased, but Long Fei Yi still patiently comforted her. It's okay, trust me. At most, you won't be able to stand steadily. I'll carry you and fly over. If it's against the rules, then so be it. Han Yunxi still didn't understand. She stared at Long Fei Ye's feet and seemed to be distracted. The surrounding laughter grew louder and louder. Long Fei Yi was very patient with Han Yunxi, but he didn't want to force her. Anyone would be afraid of a bottomless abyss under their feet. He tightened his grip on Han Yunxi's hand and was about to transfer his internal energy to her when Han Yunxi used her strength and yanked him up the cliff. Long Fei Yi realized for the first time that Han Yunxi was so strong. What was this woman trying to do? Going back on your word? You're not going. Zhang Qiuying chuckled. She knew that Han Yunxi didn't have the courage. From the beginning to the end, no matter what Zhang Qiuying said, Han Yunxi ignored her. This time was no exception. She pulled Long Fei Yi and whispered in his ear. This scene made Zhang Qiuying especially embarrassed and made the surrounding people jealous. Zhang Qiuying's eyes flashed with hatred and she asked coldly, "Senior brother Yi, are you sure you're not going to cross the bridge?" Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi listened carefully to Han Yunxi's whisper and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling. Heavens! Senior brother Yi is actually smiling. He looks so good when he smiles. What did Han Yunxi say to him? Everyone didn't have time to be jealous as they were all curious. What could make senior brother Yi smile? The hatred in Zhang Qiuying's eyes deepened. She finally understood why Duan Muyao hated Han Yunxi so much. It was because Han Yunxi had too many exceptions. However, it was useless even if she was an exception. She couldn't be an exception. If she couldn't cross the bridge, she couldn't go up the mountain. If she couldn't go up the mountain, she couldn't see the sect master. She had already heard about Duan Muyao's matter from her father. No matter why Long Fei Yi came back this time, it must be to bring Han Yunxi to see the sect master. The sect master hadn't left the mountain for many years. He definitely wouldn't leave the mountain for Han Yunxi. She wanted to see how Long Fei Yi could bring Han Yunxi up the mountain. In any case, she wouldn't leave today and would stay here to watch. After Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi finished whispering, Long Fei Yi immediately sent a signal flare into the sky. What was this for? Soon, a group of black-clothed disciples flew over from all directions. This time, they were all male disciples and their numbers far exceeded the number of female disciples present. This made everyone even more curious. Could it be that Han Yunxi asked Long Fei Yi to summon these people? What were they doing here? These black-robed disciples were all outstanding disciples of Sky Mountain. They were young, but their martial arts cultivation was extremely high. Most importantly, all of them were handsome. They were pleasing to the eye no matter how one looked at them. It could be said that the most outstanding male disciples of Tianshan Kenzo were all here. They walked toward the bridge as soon as they arrived. Zhang Qiuying and the other women were quickly pushed to the side while Han Yunxi was like the world's noblest princess, surrounded and protected by the most outstanding princes. The surrounding gazes could kill, but Han Yunxi calmly accepted them. She smiled at Long Fei Yi and said, "Let's cross the bridge." How were they going to cross the bridge with so many people? Chapter 7:13. Han Yunxi couldn't bear to let Long Fei Yi work too hard, so she could only find his handsome junior brothers to share the burden with Long Fei Yi. If this was a form of selfishness in love, she'd never admit it even if she was beaten to death. This was clearly because she was smart and quick-witted, all right. Long Fei Yi had his junior brothers come closer and explained the situation to them so they knew what to do. The strongest among them did as Long Fei had done and stepped onto the bridge, one hand outstretched in front of him while the other pressed behind him to keep his balance. The other person immediately grabbed his hand and steadied himself, then stepped onto the bridge one after the other. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, the bridge swayed violently. Fortunately, that person quickly steadied himself. Han Yunxi silently rejoiced at the sight. Thank goodness she'd thought of a human bridge. Otherwise, with her strength and sense of balance, she really would have fallen off the bridge and dragged Long Fei Yi down with her. She'd be a laughingstock then. After the second person steadied himself, the third person stepped forward. He didn't step onto the bridge, but stood at the edge of the cliff to grab the second person's outstretched hand. The two people on the bridge borrowed the third person's strength to carefully back away. Only after one person had moved away did the third person step onto the bridge. In a short while, the entire bamboo bridge was filled with handsome male disciples. They lined up from one end of the bridge to the other end. When each person was trying to maintain their balance, they would hold the hands of the person in front and behind them. While helping the person in front and behind to maintain their balance, they also helped the entire group to maintain their balance. Granny Yu took to the skies to make way for them. She shook her head in disbelief. Who came up with this idea? It's too clever. Master, it was Han Yunxi, the disciple beside her reported. Granny Yu was even more incredulous. She nodded thoughtfully. Brave and resourceful, calm in the face of danger. No wonder Fei took a liking to her. Master, why didn't Senior Brother Yi let Han Yunxi go up Celestial Mountain to find a master? With Senior Brother Yi personally recommending her, there's bound to be someone willing to accept her as a disciple. Can't she cross the bridge like this? The disciple asked curiously. She doesn't know any martial arts at her age. Looks like she's not suitable for martial arts. Granny Yu's conjecture did not make sense. After all, it wouldn't make sense for Long Fei Ye's woman not to know martial arts. Granny Yu quickly left, leaving the female disciples present dumbfounded. Only now did they understand what was going on. If they hadn't seen Han Yunxi whispering to Long Fei Yi, they would never have guessed that Han Yunxi was the one who came up with this idea. Although she didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Han Yunxi was very smart. Tsang Qiuying shook her head in disbelief. She tried her best to find a flaw. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi's method didn't violate the sex rules. According to the sex rules, other than those who went up the mountain to learn martial arts, those who didn't know any martial arts had to cross the bridge step by step. Those who helped her were also not allowed to use martial arts to cross the bridge. The reason for this rule was that there was a period of time when many people went up to Celestial Mountain to ask for help every day. In order to stop these people, the previous head of Kenzo set this rule. If anyone could cross the bridge on foot, they would agree to help. After that, no one went up to Celestial Mountain to ask for help. This rule was continued and became the sex rule today. In fact, Tian Shan Kenzo had never been involved in worldly disputes since ancient times. Even those who knew martial arts couldn't cross the bridge easily. If Han Yunxi hadn't been brought here by Long Fei Yi, she might not even have the chance to see this bridge. Tsang Qiuying thought for a long time but still couldn't find a flaw. Han Yunxi's idea was simply amazing. Finally, Long Fei Yi also went up the bridge. He was the first one to go up the bridge. The junior brother behind him didn't dare to hold his hand. He could only put his hand on his shoulder and exert strength. After Long Fei Yi stood firm, he stretched out his hand from Han Yunxi's. He smiled dotingly as if inviting her. Looking at his big hand, many of the women present had their imaginations run wild. That was the hand that they had held so many times in their dreams. Unfortunately, none of them dared to step forward. Even the powerful Tsang Qiuying could only watch helplessly. Han Yunxi smiled faintly and elegantly placed her slender hand in Long Fei Yi's big hand. Long Fei Yi took her other hand and led her across the bridge. The people behind took a step back, leaving space on the bridge. Han Yunxi stepped on the bridge gracefully. The entire iron bridge was stepped on very firmly by the men. She didn't even sway when she stepped on it. This was the first step. Soon, everyone stepped back and continued to leave space. Han Yunxi continued to move forward steadily. After taking 4 or 5 steps, she started to feel the sway. But the male disciples who stayed on the cliff quickly came up the bridge. Just like before, they occupied the space above the bridge one by one to ensure that both sides of the bridge were stable. In this way, a long line of people continued to move towards the end of the bridge. The line was all men. Only Han Yunxi was a woman and she was firmly protected in the middle. She and Long Feiyi held hands and faced each other. When Long Feiyi took a step back, she would take a step forward. There was no one on either side of the bottomless abyss. But the front and back were all top experts from Tianshan Kenzo. Long Feiyi was also beside her. What was Han Yunxi afraid of? As she walked, she felt that her footsteps were light and graceful. With Long Fei leading her in and out, she really wanted to dance a waltz with him. The scene between Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi was beautiful and elegant. But the whole scene was spectacular and gorgeous. The female disciples on the cliff who had come to watch the show all watched intently. For a moment, they all came back to their senses. They only felt that everything in front of them was like a dream, a beautiful and luxurious dream. Unfortunately, they were not the female lead in the dream. Zhang Qiuying was entranced. Even if this beautiful dream didn't belong to her, she still couldn't help but immerse herself in it. She hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. It turned out that even if she could see the love that she couldn't get, she would feel satisfied. Soon, everyone woke up from the dream. That was because Han Yunxi, under the protection of Long Fei and the other disciples, had safely crossed the bridge and reached the second peak. Once they woke up from the dream, everyone returned to reality. The reality was that Han Yunxi was pampered and in the limelight. Zhang Qiuying, whose plan had failed, flew into the sky in anger and chased after her. Han Yunxi, what kind of ability is it to rely on so many men to cross the bridge? If you have the guts, let's compete. Don't rely on anyone but yourself. Let's see who can cross the bridge first, Zhang Qiuying said seriously. Han Yunxi looked back and suddenly laughed. Why should I compete with you? What kind of ability is it to rely on men? If you really have the ability, then rely on yourself. Zhang Qiuying questioned. When did I say I have the ability? Han Yunxi pretended to be confused. She wouldn't go back and take the risk just to fight for a chance. She was really afraid of that bridge. If she fell, she would die a horrible death. Zhang Qiuying was angry but still provoked her. Are you afraid? Han Yunxi held Long Feiyi's hand and said seriously, I'll be afraid if he's not by my side. Zhang Qiuying had been held in high regard since she was young. Other than being wronged because of the Tangli incident, she had never been so aggrieved. She couldn't help but scold, Han Yunxi, you're shameless. Long Feiyi was about to speak when Han Yunxi stopped him. She didn't like him to interrupt women's matters. She wasn't angry even after being scolded. Instead, she looked at Zhang Qiuying with interest. After a while, she said meaningfully, Oh. I know who you are. You're the fiancé of the Tang Sect's young master. I've heard of your name before. What? This woman only found out about her identity now. Zhang Qiuying's name was well known even at the foot of Celestial Mountain. Han Yunxi's words were an insult to her. Zhang Qiuying was furious, but Han Yunxi only looked at her and muttered to herself, thank goodness young Master Tang didn't marry you. Han Yunxi didn't finish her sentence. But it was precisely because she didn't continue that it was all the more ironic. Everything about Zhang Qiuying was good except for her ugliness. Everyone knew that. Tang Li hadn't run away because of Zhang Qiuying's ugliness, but Han Yunxi's words made everyone believe that Tang Li didn't run away because he thought Zhang Qiuying was ugly. Zhang Qiuying was so angry that she almost burst into tears. "You're all bullies. I'll tell my father, just you wait." She stomped her foot angrily before turning to leave. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed viciously. Duanmu Yao and Zhang Qiuzi had returned to Celestial Mountain a few days ago and he'd been waiting for them. He'd like to see what kind of show they'd put on in front of his master. Han Yunxi thanked Long Fei Ye's junior brothers before they all withdrew. But none of the female disciples were willing to leave. Han Yunxi crossed the bridge without a hitch and there were no obstacles ahead. They weren't here to watch Han Yunxi make a fool of herself, but to miss Long Fei Yi. It wasn't easy to see Long Fei Yi, so they couldn't wait to steal a few more glances. After all, once Long Fei Yi reached the peak, it'd be harder for them to see him. The peak was where the head of the Kenzo sect cultivated. How could ordinary disciples enter as they pleased? "Now that you've crossed the bridge, what kind of reward do you want?" Long Fei Yi never forgot to ask for rewards. This time, Han Yunxi didn't forget either. She glanced at the crowd of onlookers before quickly turning to face Long Fei Yi. "What do you want?" "Speak." Before Long Fei Yi could finish, Han Yunxi cut him off. "Long Fei Yi, don't speak. Kiss me." She wanted a kiss from him. This fellow had too many suitors for her to accept. She wanted to declare her ownership in front of everyone. Long Fei Yi gave a start before he stared at Han Yunxi for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed out loud. Compared to her cautious, reserved, and bashful self, he much preferred this side of her. So brave, so honest. Long Fei Yi was very obedient. Without a word, he grabbed Han Yunxi's chin and kissed her fiercely. The kiss grew deeper and more passionate. Beside the bridge, on the cliff, the two of them hugged and kissed passionately. This was the most beautiful scene in the history of Sky Mountain. It was so beautiful that all the peach blossoms on the mountain paled in comparison. "Long Fei Yi, did you know? Han Yunxi is actually very timid. But because of your love, she is brave because of it." The kiss was so deep that Han Yunxi almost collapsed in Long Fei Ye's arms. Long Fei Yi was finally willing to let go. The onlookers were no longer important. What was important was what they would encounter when they reached the peak. Chapter 7:14. Once they crossed the bamboo bridge between the first and second peaks, they'd officially entered Celestial Mountain. There were no longer any rules to enter the sect. With Long Fei leading the way, none of the orioles or birds on the path had the strength to cause trouble for Han Yunxi, even if they wanted to. After the passionate kiss, Long Fei allowed the crowd to gossip as he held Han Yunxi's hand and continued to walk forward. The two of them were different in many aspects, but their attitude towards rumors and slanders was almost the same, which was to completely ignore them. Many people would say self-confidence, but true self-confidence required an incomparably strong heart. Only with a strong enough heart could one walk out of an uproar calmly and do as one pleased. Those with low self-esteem would often recognize themselves from other people's evaluations and constantly change themselves to cater to others. In the end, they'd lose themselves. Circling around to the other side of the second mountain, Han Yunxi saw a different scenery. Halfway up the mountain behind the second and third mountains, there were several palaces and pavilions scattered about in picturesque disorder in the forest. Many white-robed disciples were practicing their swords in groups of 3 to 5. White robes and silver swords. Their figures were calm and their swords were nimble. They moved like the clouds and their swords like flowing water, giving off a sense of vitality and dignity. Han Yunxi watched from afar and felt as if all of Celestial Mountain had fallen silent. This was the Tianshan Kenzo she'd imagined. The clamor from the crowd just now, the jealousy and harshness in their hearts, didn't belong to Celestial Mountain. This was a pure land beyond the secular world. Unfortunately, the people here were still people of the secular world. It was no wonder then. Tian Shan Kenzo possessed the world's strongest martial arts. Everyone who came here to learn from its master came for the sake of profit. How could this pure land belong to Ningjing? Han Yunshi was well aware that this pure land was the most dangerous place in Cloud Realm's martial arts circles. There was no bamboo bridge between the second and third mountains. Between the two mountains, there was a huge stone sword. It was like a pillar that supported the sky. It fell from the sky and pierced into the valley. It was magnificent and awe-inspiring. Han Yunshi was stunned by the sight. She was about to ask when Long Fei Yi explained, that was originally a solitary peak. We asked a craftsman to carve it into the shape of a sword. It took 3 years to complete. Long Fei Yi picked up Han Yunshi and used the cliff as leverage to fly forward. Then he used the stone sword as leverage to reach the third mountain in one breath. There was no rope bridge between the third and fourth mountains, only a huge stone sword. Still, Long Fei borrowed strength from the stone sword to reach the fourth level in one breath. Han Yunshi couldn't help but sigh. Long Fei, I wouldn't have been able to get up without you leading the way. I couldn't go down. Long Fei Yi replied faintly. Han Yunshi seized the chance to say, then you have to come down with me. Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but Han Yunshi persisted. Answer me. I promised you before. Don't you trust me? Long Fei Yi retorted. If you lie to me once, I'll treat it as 100 times. Han Yunshi's narrowed eyes were filled with warning. She'd once said these words. Long Fei Yi agreed readily, as if he'd forgotten that he'd once lied to this woman. Along the way, Han Yunshi saw many palaces and pavilions in the forest, as well as many disciples practicing the sword. There were both men and women. She'd always thought that Tian Shan Mountain was only located at the top of the fifth mountain and the 2 pavilions and courtyards. She didn't expect there to be so many disciples. No wonder Long Fei Yi could pick out so many outstanding disciples from Tian Shan Kenzo and nurture them into Shadow Guard. From the looks of it, Tian Shan Mountain was really a big sect. Han Yunshi couldn't see the top of Tian Shan Mountain even though she was standing at the middle of the fourth mountain. They went around to the back of the fourth mountain and saw a suspension bridge from the middle of the fourth mountain to the fifth mountain, Tian Shan Mountain. Other than this suspension bridge, Han Yunshi couldn't see anything else. Fog was rising at this time, and most of Tian Shan Mountain was covered by clouds. This suspension bridge was different from the bamboo bridge from before. The bridge was very wide, and although it would sway when one stepped on it, they could still stand steadily. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunshi's hand as they crossed the bridge, explaining the different factions of Tian Shan Kenzo to her. Tian Shan Kenzo only had one type of internal martial arts, but there were many branches of swordsmanship. The disciples that Han Yunshi saw on the way here all belonged to different factions. They all learned the lower and middle ranks of Tian Shan Kenzo's sword skills. After entering Tian Shan Mountain, they would first go to Zhangqiuzi's Lockhart courtyard to cultivate internal martial arts. Then they'd draw lots to be assigned to different factions to learn swordsmanship. The young disciples that Long Fei Yi had found were not only the best of their respective factions, but also the best of Tian Shan Mountain's younger generation. Because the Heavenly Sword Conference held once every 10 years and the Heavenly Sword sect had yet to begin, this batch of young disciples had yet to have the chance to enter the 2 pavilions and 2 courtyards. Currently, the youngest disciples in the 2 pavilions and 2 courtyards were already over 30 years old. Every 10 years, Tian Shan Kenzo would hold a celestial sword assembly to pick out new talents. Those who wanted to study swordsmanship under the 4 elders had to pass through layers upon layers of duels at the celestial sword assembly and enter the top 10. Only then could they be promoted, or they'd be stuck in the branch factions forever. Once they entered the top 10, they had the right to climb the mountain and enter the hidden sword depositories to pick a treasure sword of their own. Then they could choose one of the 4 elders to study swordsmanship under their tutelage. The folklore said that Tianshan Kenzo accepted disciples every year, but that was only because of the 4 elders' authority. Each of them could make an exception to accept a disciple without having to go through the celestial sword assembly. An eldest young miss like Tsang Choying was an exception. She'd been personally taught by Tsang Chozi since she was young. Although she wasn't very talented, she was still better than the other disciples at the foot of the mountain. When Duan Miao was still a child in her arms, Western Zhou's imperial clan used all sorts of connections to send her to Celestial Mountain. They wanted to foster her under Tsang Chozi's tutelage until she grew up to learn martial arts. Back then, Tang Yuan had used all sorts of connections to send the 4-year-old Long Fei Yi up the mountain. By chance, they'd run into Western Zhou's imperial clan. Back then, Tsang Chozi had accepted plenty of bribes and often broke the rules to recruit more disciples. He didn't teach the new disciples personally, but left them to other disciples. Both families were planning to take Tsang Chozi as their tutelage, but by chance, old Kenzo happened to come out of closed-door cultivation on the day of the ceremony and ran into them. Kenzo asked Tsang Chozi why he'd made an exception, so Tsang Chozi had no choice but to use the excuse of innate talent. Who knew that old Kenzo would test the girl himself? Not only did he discover that Long Fei Yi was a martial arts prodigy, but he also discovered that Duan Muyao's Dantian was very similar to his late lover's. Thrilled, the sword sect master broke his rule of not accepting any disciples and accepted Duan Muyao and Long Fei as his disciples. Duan Muyao had been raised at the peak of Celestial Mountain ever since she was young, while Long Fei Yi had started learning martial arts as soon as he entered the sect. He improved at lightning speed and broke many of Tianshan Kenzo's records. Hearing all this, Han Yunshi finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Worried, she asked, Long Fei Yi, the Celestial Sword Conference hasn't started yet, right? It's on the 6th of the 6th month of this year, Long Fei Yi replied. His other reason for coming to Celestial Mountain was the Celestial Sword Conference. The 6th of the 6th month. In other words, it's very likely that your junior brothers will betray you and join Tsang Chozi's side. Han Yunshi asked. Long Fei Yi had come to Celestial Mountain to deal with Tsang Chozi and Duan Muyao. He wanted to help old Kenzo purge these evil forces. However, old Kenzo didn't accept disciples, so Celestial Mountain only had Long Fei Yi and Duan Muyao as disciples. In terms of numbers, they were few and far between. Meanwhile, the 2 depositories and courtyards took in disciples every year. In less than 10 years, they'd taken talented disciples from the lower factions. Their strength was self-evident. Here on Celestial Mountain, Long Fei Yi could only take control of the branch factions to strengthen his own power. Once the Celestial Sword Conference began, Long Fei Yi would definitely suffer heavy losses. To these branch faction disciples, the Celestial Sword Conference was a crucial step in their martial arts careers. Many of them had spent 10 years practicing their swordsmanship for the sake of this conference. It wasn't just the disciples themselves. Their factions hoped to nominate an expert to climb up the ranks of the 2 depositories and courtyards and win glory for their factions. They wanted to use this chance to elevate Tianshan Kenzo's status. Although these people were loyal to Long Fei Yi, the allure of the Celestial Sword Conference was too great. First, no matter how strong Long Fei Yi's martial arts were, he was still old Kenzo's disciple. Old Kenzo wouldn't accept any more disciples, so the disciples of the various factions couldn't climb Celestial Mountain through Long Fei Yi to learn superior sword skills. They could only pass the Celestial Sword Conference and the 2 depositories and courtyards. Second, Long Fei Yi had no intention of fighting for the position of sect head, nor did he plan to stay on Celestial Mountain for long. Long Fei wasn't a member of the martial arts world, so he'd have to return to court eventually. How long could Long Fei protect them? Third, Long Fei might be the sect head's disciple, but the sect head was growing less and less involved. Head Elder Tsangchosi was growing more and more powerful, so Long Fei's words in Kenzo held less and less weight. People's hearts couldn't resist temptation. Moreover, Tsangchosi and the rest had long known that Long Fei controlled many of the branch factions. They'd definitely used the Celestial Sword Conference to weaken Long Fei's power. Han Yunxi's considerations were the same as Long Fei's. Long Fei understood people's hearts better than Han Yunxi, especially those of the martial arts world. He looked up into the clouds and said, Han Yunxi, there's another grand meeting before the Celestial Sword Conference that I'll be attending. Hearing his heavy tone, Han Yunxi felt a little uneasy. What grand meeting? On the 5th day of the 5th month, the Kenzo ranking tournament. Long Fei said. All Celestial Mountain disciples are allowed to participate. They're responsible for their own life and death, and the top 5 will be ranked based on their martial arts skills. Han Yunxi knitted her brows. You mean, Master won't be participating? If we take first place in the Kenzo ranking tournament, the rest will be much easier, Long Fei said. The rules of the Jianghu martial arts world were simple. Those with high martial arts skills were king. If he could take first place in the ranking tournament, then even the sword and scripture depositories wouldn't dare to cause trouble, to say nothing of the branch factions. Tsangchosi would then be alone and without help. He only had 2 goals for coming to Celestial Mountain this time. One was to bring Han Yunxi to see Master, the other was to destroy Tsangchosi. The fastest way to kill Tsangchosi was to participate in the ranking tournament. But if he wanted to take first place, he'd have to undo the seal on his body. With the 3 countries at war and the struggles of the imperial court, he couldn't stay on Celestial Mountain for too long. Chapter 7:15. After hearing about the ranking matches, Han Yunxi finally understood the dangers of Long Fei's trip. But the most dangerous part wasn't the ranking matches, but the removal of the seal. Once Long Fei's seal was removed, Tsangchosi would be no match for him with his current martial arts skills and unshakable internal energy. East Qin's Lustbite seal gave Long Fei its Lustbite energy, but it also gave Long Fei plenty of restrictions. The biggest one was that once he removed the seal, he wouldn't be able to control the Lustbite energy, which would lead to qi deviation. Long Fei was confident that his current mental strength was enough to control the Lustbite energy. But no one had ever used it before, so he had no idea what could happen. Thus, he still needed to be cautious. There was still more than a month until the 5th of May, so there was plenty of time. As long as his master could help him, there shouldn't be any problems. Thus, he had to stabilize his master's emotions and condition first. Duan Muyao, who he'd never taken to heart, was now a big problem. Han Yunxi used to lament how great it would be if she knew martial arts. Now she was sighing instead. Long Fei, how great would it be if you knew poisons? I'll teach you. Long Fei had fought with Tsangchosi at Lost Void Lake, but it wasn't a one-on-one fight. Long Fei had her poison needles to support him, while Tsangchosi had ambushed him first before protecting Duan Muyao. The 2 of them hadn't exchanged more than a few blows before someone else ambushed them, giving Tsangchosi the chance to flee. It was hard to estimate the distance between Long Fei and Tsangchosi. Long Fei, it's impossible to teach him martial arts in such a short time. But you can learn poisons. With the help of poisons, Tsangchosi won't be your match. Han Yunxi said excitedly. Long Fei raised his eyebrows and looked at her. He didn't say anything but just smiled. Han Yunxi quickly realized how stupid she'd been. Poison arts weren't accepted by the mainstream of Cloud Realm, especially Medical City, which strongly rejected them. Tianshan Kenzo was the leader of the martial arts world, the representative of justice in the martial arts world. If Long Fei Yi used poison in the ranking tournament, the consequences would be unimaginable. The ranking battles only compete in sword arts. Long Fei Yi rubbed her bangs. As he rubbed, he unconsciously pulled her into his embrace. He smiled dotingly. Silly girl, you become stupid again. When this woman was anxious, she would turn stupid. Han Yunxi was indeed anxious. One had to know that the ranking tournament's rule was one's own life and death. How could she not be anxious when it came to matters of life and death? She hated herself for not being able to help him at the critical moment. Long Fei Yi had only brought Han Yunxi to Celestial Mountain so his master could see her. He didn't need her help at all. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Long Fei Yi comforted her. How could Han Yunxi set her mind at ease? She thought for a while before saying, Long Fei Yi, the only one who can help you is old Kenzo. He better not act up at the critical moment. Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Han Yunxi added hastily, Duan Muyao should be at the peak of Celestial Mountain right now, right? Old Kenzo dotes on her so much. Long Fei Yi, Duan Muyao's in danger, she muttered to herself, but quickly denied her own words. That's not right. Old Kenzo's illness is the key. Long Fei Yi, this is the biggest variable. Long Fei Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw how nervous she was. He realized that this woman was really smart. Even though she didn't know about the love-devouring seal, she still grasped the crux of the matter. That's right, Long Fei Yi admitted. Madness. Han Yunxi muttered to herself again. If only Gu Beiyue could come along. Sigh, it might not be of any use even if he came. Old Kenzo might not accept treatment either. She pondered as she spoke. Some illnesses that can't be cured for a long time aren't actually incurable. It's just that the patient doesn't want to be cured. It's a form of self-punishment. This was the first time Long Fei Yi had heard of such a theory. Even though it was absurd, it made sense when he thought about it carefully. Mental illness, in the end, was a form of self-punishment. Long Fei allowed Han Yunxi to ramble on as he listened intently. This topic was supposed to be a heavy one, but his lips curved into a faint smile the entire time. He never knew that Han Yunxi could have such an adorable side. He liked it when this woman was stupid. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had already reached here without hearing any rumors about Duan Muyao's injuries. Judging from Granny Yu's reaction, she probably didn't know either. Most likely, Zhang Qiuzi and Duan Muyao hadn't used the incident to stir up trouble. Still, Duan Muyao's kidnapping of Grand Concubine Yi was wrong no matter what. They weren't stupid enough to ruin their own reputation. Long Fei Yi wouldn't let the matter rest so easily, so Han Yunxi was curious to see how Duan Muyao and Zhang Qiuzi would deal with the situation. Soon enough, they reached the end of the long suspension bridge. By now, the clouds covering Celestial Mountain had dispersed. Han Yunxi stood at the end of the bridge as the clouds dispersed to reveal Celestial Mountain's true features. She couldn't help but halt her steps. She'd seen her share of wonders on the way here, but none of them were as magnificent and gorgeous as this one. Han Yunxi assumed that the fifth peak of Celestial Mountain would be a towering mountain so high that she couldn't see its peak. She never expected it to be a mountain with 5 or 6 fingers. On top of the mountain were 6 peaks of different heights. 5 of them looked like Buddha's fingers as they rose high into the air. Clouds swirled around them as if they were suspended in midair. All 5 of them were connected by suspension bridges. In the middle of the 5 peaks was a very low peak with a grand palace at its peak. In front of the palace was a wide balcony that served as a martial arts arena. The surrounding 5 peaks all had suspension bridges that led to this palace. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi stood on top of a cliff with a suspension bridge that led to the middle peak. Long Fei Yi pointed at the highest peak and said, "That's the peak of Celestial Mountain. Master cultivates there and rarely comes down." Han Yunxi looked over and only felt that it wasn't cold at all. That was the highest point on Celestial Mountain, where one could overlook the entire mountain range. That's Lockhart Courtyard. Only Zhang Qiuxi's disciples and those who passed the Celestial Sword Conference can cultivate there. Lockhart Courtyard has another cultivation area in the valley of the second peak for ordinary disciples to cultivate their inner arts. Long Fei Yi pointed at each peak as he introduced them to Han Yunxi in detail. That's the Sword Depository. Next to it is the Scripture Depository. The Sword Depository houses treasured swords, while the Scripture Depository houses all of Tianshan Kenzo's sword manuals. All of them. Han Yunxi expressed her doubts. Long Fei was certain. Everything. All of them. As the saying goes, having no moves is better than having them. When one's swordsmanship reaches a certain level, the manuals aren't important anymore. What's important is internal energy. Han Yunxi understood. So the Scripture Depository is the weakest. Smart. Long Fei Yi nodded. For experts, swords aren't as important as manuals. Zhang Qiuxi is in charge of Lockhart Courtyard. Han Yunxi muttered to herself. His internal energy, extremely high. Long Fei Yi muttered. And the old man's a wily old fox who hides his skills well. While the two of them were chatting, they saw a few old men emerge from the opposite building. They seemed to be heading their way. Let's go to the peak. Long Fei Yi clearly didn't want to run into them. Han Yunxi grew nervous. Were they about to meet the old men of Tianshan? Unexpectedly, a familiar voice called out to them. "Fei, you're already here. Why aren't you greeting your martial uncles? What, is your wife afraid of meeting her in-laws?" The speaker was none other than Zhang Qiuxi. Soon enough, he flew over the bridge and landed in front of Long Fei Yi's group. The three old men behind him followed suit. Han Yunxi recognized Granny Yu at a glance. She knew the other two had to be the elders of the sword and scripture depositories. Zhang Qiuxi and Long Fei Yi had fought a life-and-death battle, but the old man acted as if nothing had happened. He even asked after Long Fei Yi's well-being. Han Yunxi truly admired the old man. "Fei, hurry up and introduce them to your masters. You've had a concubine for so many years, but you've never invited your martial uncles to your wedding banquet. Old man's holding a banquet tonight, so he'll definitely punish you well." Zhang Qiuxi chuckled. Long Fei Yi said, "Martial Uncle Zhang, eminent people often forget things." "Forget things." Old man remembers clearly that he's never attended your wedding banquet. "Fei, you're acting shamelessly." Zhang Qiuxi said seriously. "Your lordship is talking about Grand Concubine Yi's kidnapping." Long Fei Yi said coldly. He had no interest in playing dumb with Zhang Qiuxi. The other three elders were stunned by his words as they exchanged glances. Although Long Fei Yi hadn't made things clear, they were smart enough to know that Zhang Qiuxi had something to do with it. "Martial Uncle Zhang, you colluded with Duanmu Yao to kidnap my Mufei and use her life to force me to hand over the Profound Frost Sword. That happened last month. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Long Fei Yi asked. The second and third elders of the sword and scripture depositories exchanged glances without speaking, but Granny Yu of the abstinence hall broke into a cold laugh. "Aya, what day is it today? Fei, why are you cracking such a big joke?" Granny Yu understood Long Fei Yi well enough to know that he wasn't the type to joke around. Granny Yu believed his words were true, so she was mocking Long Fei Yi. Zhang Qiuxi never expected Long Fei Yi to be so direct. His face alternated between green and white. "Fei, since you've said it, I won't hide it from everyone. It really was your junior sister's fault this time. Old man wasn't helping her, but old man wanted to stop her. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Tsang Chiozi sighed as he turned to face the peak of Celestial Mountain. Old man has let the sect leader down. Ah. Before the sect leader went into closed-door cultivation, he left all matters of the sect to old man to manage. Old man managed Celestial Mountain perfectly. How could he have neglected you too? He glanced at Han Yunxi before continuing his act. You two have always been close since you were young. How could you fall out with Yao Yao as soon as you took in a concubine? No matter how many wrongs she's committed, she's still your little junior sister. Fei, how could you be so cruel? You hurt her dantian and crippled her martial arts. How could you face your master? All of the elders looked towards Han Yunxi at his words, including Granny Yu. Chapter 7:16. Han Yunxi was so disgusted by Tsang Chiozi's words that she wanted to throw up. This old thing not only shirked all responsibility for his actions, but tactfully shifted the blame onto her as well. He made it seem like Long Fei Yi had crippled Duanmu Yao because of her. Even if it really was because of her, Long Fei Yi had crippled Duanmu Yao. That was only right and proper. Seeing the strange looks from the other three elders, Han Yunxi didn't plan to hold back any longer. There was something she had to make clear today. Cold, she said, Elder Tsang, your words aren't right. What do you mean His Highness got into a fight with Duanmu Yao as soon as he got a consort? It was clearly this Wang Fei who got to know His Highness Duke of Qin first. We've always been on good terms, so why did he get into so much trouble after coming to Celestial Mountain with a junior sister? Tsang Chiozi couldn't believe it. The other three elders were at a loss as well. They had no idea what Han Yunxi was talking about. Tsang Chiozi was still very polite, like a benevolent and magnanimous elder. He smiled helplessly and explained, there are some things you don't know yet, right? Fei went to Celestial Mountain to learn martial arts when he was 4 years old. Yao Yao was still in his arms back then. Everyone in Cloud Realm Continent knows that they've known each other since they were young. Han Yunxi didn't want to be polite with Tsang Chiozi, but she didn't even want to pretend. There was no time like the present. Since Long Fei had exposed Grand Concubine Yi's affairs in front of everyone, she didn't mind blowing things up until everyone knew. Everyone in Celestial Mountain would see what kind of people Tsang Chiozi and Duanmu Yao were. She snorted disdainfully. I never expected Elder Tsang to be so inexperienced despite his age. Everyone in Cloud Realm Continent knows about this Wang Fei and His Highness's marriage, so how come Elder Tsang doesn't know? She glanced at Long Fei Yi before adding, this Wang Fei was betrothed to His Highness when I was still in my mother's womb. Since then, this Wang Fei has been His Highness Duke of Qin's woman. If we're talking about who came first, who came earlier than this Wang Fei? Everyone was stunned by her words except for Long Fei Yi. Because he was smiling. The corners of his mouth silently curled into a shallow arc. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. If Han Yunxi hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have realized it. Indeed, this woman belonged to him from the moment she was born. Tsang Chiozi's mouth twitched as his beard trembled. He was furious. This stinky girl actually scolded him in front of everyone as inexperienced, and even said such a fallacious argument. He was the head elder of Celestial Mountain Sword Sect, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. No one dared to disrespect him. Even someone as proud as Long Fei had to treat him with courtesy on the surface. Today, he was ridiculed by Han Yunxi. Where was his face? That's absurd. Han Yunxi, how did you marry Qin Wang Fei in the first place? How did you get off the bridal sedan chair and enter the door on your own? Have you forgotten? Tsang Chiozi huffed. But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. With his status, he shouldn't criticize these things. Especially in front of the other three elders. Han Yunshi must have angered him senseless. See here, Han Yunshi laughed disdainfully. Elder Tsang, what does my marriage with His Highness Duke of Qin have to do with you? I understand that the Duke of Qin is busy with work, but what's wrong with me marrying in on my own? What does that have to do with you? You're a man, yet you're arguing with a woman like me over such things. Do you have any shame? You! Tsang Chiozi raged. You have no respect for your elders. He can't win in words, so he's using his age to pressure me. Han Yunshi hated people who took advantage of their seniority the most. She arched a brow at Tsang Chiozi and laughed coldly. Elder Tsang, who are you to me? You think you're infallible. They're neither relatives nor friends. He's only older than me, but he wants to be my senior. His character isn't worthy. Tsang Chiozi was thoroughly enraged. He raised his hand to slap her, but Long Fei Yi immediately grabbed his wrist and stopped him. He'd leave the venomous tongue to Han Yunshi, but he'd keep a close eye on her when it came to fighting. He'd always loathed people talking about his and Han Yunshi's marriage. In the past, he hated it even more now. He'd always remembered what he owed Han Yunshi. Tsang Chiozi was surprised. He immediately circulated his internal energy, but Long Fei Yi didn't pale in comparison. Their swords were drawn, and the atmosphere grew tense. Long Fei Yi, you dare to raise your hand against old man? Tsang Chiozi asked coldly. He didn't want to fight Long Fei Yi for real, because things would get out of hand. Han Yunshi wasn't a disciple of the Celestial Mountain Sword Sect, so he couldn't do anything to her. But when it came to Long Fei, his status as martial uncle and elder was enough to suppress him. The last 2 times they'd fought outside Celestial Mountain were in private. Now they were standing on the mountain in front of the other elders. Fei, don't be rude. Talk things out. Granny, you scolded. Respecting one's teachers was the #1 rule of Celestial Mountain. Your lordship is doing this for Martial Uncle Tsang's own good. Otherwise, it would be too late for Martial Uncle Tsang to regret it. Long Fei Yi said. You hit a woman just because you can't beat her in a few words. If news of this gets out, what face will Martial Uncle Tsang have left? What will happen to Tianshan Kenzo's dignity? Moreover, she's the mistress of the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. If Martial Uncle Tsang hurts a hair on her head, your lordship won't make a fuss, but the Commander-in-Chief's estate won't let it go so easily. Is Lockhart Courtyard trying to provoke Tianshan Kenzo into trouble with the Imperial Court? Long Fei Ye's last words were harsh, before he viciously flung Tsang Chiozi's hand away. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Long Fei Yi was still polite to Tsang Chiozi, but he was worse than Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi's venomous tongue had at most attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples and humiliated Tsang Chiozi. But Long Fei Ye's words were a naked warning. He couldn't violate the sect's rules, but allowed Han Yunshi's venomous tongue. He wouldn't openly oppose Lockhart Courtyard, but used Han Yunshi to declare war on them. He was clearly the boss behind the scenes, but he'd kindly warned Martial Uncle Tsang. The elders exchanged glances before realizing that Long Fei Yi had come prepared. Tsang Chiozi was at a loss for words. He couldn't argue, but he couldn't ignore either. He'd always been a patient man. Even when faced with something as big as the heavens, he could deal with it calmly. How had a little girl like Han Yunshi managed to goad him into action with just a few words? Tsang Chiozi was filled with regret when he saw the crowd of disciples around them. Still, he managed to calm down. He didn't want this matter to continue to blow up. If it did, his and Duan Miyao's plans would be completely disrupted. The sect master was still in seclusion. If they talked about this matter too early, it would only bring harm to them. Forget it, forget it. The old man can't care about you young people fighting over a woman's affection, nor do I care. Wait until your master comes out, then let him do it. Zhang Qiuzi said as he prepared to leave. Long Feiyi stepped forward and blocked Zhang Qiuzi's path with his body. Cold, Han Yunxi said, this isn't about fighting over a woman's affection, but a matter of life and death. Elder Zhang, you colluded with Duanmu Yao to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi. Today, let's make things clear in front of the elders and disciples of the two depositories and courtyards. Otherwise, they'll guess too much and have negative effects. Han Yunxi, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. The old man already said that Duanmu Yao was the only one who kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi. The old man couldn't stop her. Yao Yao was just being willful for a moment, but she didn't really do anything to Grand Concubine Yi. The old man never expected you husband and wife to be so cruel. Crippling her martial arts was one thing, but taking her life as well. If the old man hadn't arrived in time, the sect leader would never have seen his beloved disciple again. Zhang Qiuzi's words were filled with righteous indignation. The three elders on the side didn't understand the situation and didn't dare to speak up. Lady Leng Yu had been killed in the City of Daughters and Long Feiyi gifting the city to Han Yunxi. They had long heard of this, but never expected Duanmu Yao and Zhang Qiuzi to be involved. It looked like Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had come to Celestial Mountain for the sake of revenge. Granny Yu had long disliked Zhang Qiuzi, but couldn't find any evidence of him breaking sect rules or accepting bribes. If Long Feiyi could produce solid proof this time, then her abstinence courtyard would definitely investigate Zhang Qiuzi's crimes even if she didn't favor him. The two elders of the sword and scripture depositories had relied on Zhang Qiuzi for years, but they too had been sullen. If Long Feiyi could topple Zhang Qiuzi, they were more than willing to help. But they wouldn't act rashly unless they were absolutely certain. If Long Feiyi couldn't topple Zhang Qiuzi, then their sword and scripture depositories would suffer along with him. The sect leader was still in closed-door cultivation, while Duanmu Yao hadn't shown up since her return. They could only wait and see how things would develop. Then may I ask how Elder Zhang knew Duanmu Yao wanted to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi? And when did you find out? Han Yunxi asked patiently. More and more disciples gathered around them. Zhang Qiuzi knew he couldn't avoid today's events. In any case, Duanmu Yao was about to confess her crimes, so all he had to do now was clear himself of suspicion. He had long prepared an excuse to face the sect leader, but now he was using it against Han Yunxi. Old man never knew about this until he ran into Yao Yao's servant girl that day. That's how he found out Yao Yao had kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi and wanted to threaten Fei into handing over the Profound Frost Sword. Old man immediately went to find Yao Yao to stop her, but he couldn't stop her. As soon as old man wasn't paying attention, the girl ran away. Old man had to torture the servant girl before he found out Yao Yao had gone to Lost Void Lake. Zhang Qiuzi shook his head as he spoke, utterly helpless. It's a pity that by the time old man arrived at Lost Void Lake, Yao Yao had already been crippled by Fei. If old man had been any later, Yao Yao would have lost her life. Fei, she's still your junior sister. How could you be so heartless? Han Yunxi knitted her brows at Zhang Qiuzi. She never thought he'd be so shameless. The Grand Kenzo head elder was full of lies and fabricating nonsense. The more power one had, the better they were at acting. Since he mentioned the servant girl, he must have made thorough preparations. That servant girl was his witness. Besides the people from the City of Daughters, there were only the three of them at the scene. Many of their witnesses had died, but Long Feiyi had long sent men to interrogate the few who were still alive. But they were stubborn and would rather die than testify. So was Zhang Qiuzi really supposed to make up stories like this? Was he really going to get rid of his crimes with just a few words? Seeing Han Yunxi's expression, Zhang Qiuzi's eyes flickered with disdain. If you don't believe old man, then it's useless for him to say anything more to old man Yao Yao and that servant girl were kneeling at the peak of Celestial Mountain, waiting for the sect leader to emerge from closed-door cultivation. Yao Yao was in the wrong here, but Fei's crimes weren't small either. Once your master emerges, old man won't favor either of you. Zhang Qiuzi was simply too shameless. Han Yunxi couldn't accept it. She furrowed her brows as she recalled every detail of Lost Void Lake. She refused to believe that perfect lies existed in this world. There had to be a flaw in Zhang Qiuzi's lies. There had to be. Chapter 717. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qiuzi prepared to leave, but Long Fei Yi stopped him. Han Yunxi wasn't the only one who couldn't accept it. He couldn't swallow his anger either. Han Yunxi was still trying her best to recall the details when Long Fei Yi spoke up cold. Martial Uncle Zhang, since Duanmu Yao and that servant girl are both at the peak, why don't we call them down and ask them in front of the three martial uncles? What, Fei, you don't believe your martial uncle's words? Zhang Qiuzi laughed coldly. He'd prepared his excuse long ago, along with the servant girl. He wasn't afraid that Long Fei Yi would pursue the matter. There were only a few witnesses at Lost Void Lake. The city of Daughters Lin clan was ruined, so they'd never testify for Long Fei Yi. Since master's in closed-door cultivation, let's not disturb him. Today Auntie Yu, second martial uncle, and third martial uncle are all here. So why don't we call all the witnesses down and ask them clearly? If Martial Uncle Zhang really isn't an accomplice, then we'll drop the matter. Your lordship won't pursue the matter. Long Fei Yi's tone was polite, but his words weren't. Zhang Qiuzi was full of confidence. Now that things had gotten so big, he really did need to call all the witnesses down to clear his name. Otherwise, there'd be too many disciples here to spread rumors tomorrow. He'd use this chance to clear himself of all suspicions. When Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao started arguing, he'd have more right to speak up. Old man wants the two of them to come down and testify for the old man. But you know Yao Yao's temper as well. It's hard to say whether she'll come down or not. Why don't you call them down yourself as her senior brother? Under Zhang Qiuzi's tyrannical abuse, Duanmu Yao had long obeyed his orders. Zhang Qiuzi was only putting on a more convincing act. With so many disciples from the two depositories and courtyards gathered around, how could Duanmu Yao not know? She had been paying attention to the situation here from afar. A few meddlesome junior sisters from Lockhart Courtyard had sent her a lot of messages. Han Yunxi grew doubtful. Long Fei Yi's attitude was so unyielding that he must have found a flaw in Zhang Qiuzi's plans. Although she couldn't figure out what it was, she trusted that Long Fei Yi wouldn't fight an uncertain battle. She didn't make a sound and waited quietly. Long Fei Yi naturally wouldn't go find Duanmu Yao and the maid himself. He'd sent someone to do it. The man hadn't even reached the peak when Duanmu Yao flew over with a servant girl. Duanmu Yao knew the situation here like the back of her hand, so she couldn't wait to rush over as soon as Zhang Qiuzi gave the word. The master and servant, one in white and the other in green, flew down from the top of Mount Tianshan. They were like fairies descending to the mortal world. Everyone looked up and many men were stunned. Duanmu Yao was a famous beauty. She was not only beautiful, but beautiful beyond the reach of mortals. Her features were like Mount Tianshan, and her aura was otherworldly. Such a woman was the most attractive to men in the mortal world. Even the disciples of Mount Tianshan found it difficult to catch a glimpse of Duanmu Yao. Everyone knew that Duanmu Yao had been back for a long time, but they hadn't seen her in person yet. Today, they'd finally see her. However, the reality soon disappointed these expectant men. Duanmu Yao was wearing a mask, a silver-white mask that covered her face completely. Only her eyes and mouth were visible. As soon as she landed, she didn't look at Long Fei, but Han Yunxi. Her eyes were filled with hatred that seeped into her bones. Because of Han Yunxi's one night like a year, her face was covered in wrinkles and age spots. She was so ugly that she didn't even dare to look at herself in a mirror. From now on, she'd have to wear a mask in public. Han Yunxi was magnanimous and didn't shy away from Duan Muyao's hatred. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I'll dig up the weeds by the roots. Han Yunxi only hated herself for being too slow with her poison needles. She couldn't kill Duan Muyao and had to face so much trouble at Mount Tianshan. Hidden in the crowd, Zhang Qiuying glanced between Han Yunxi and Han Yunxi. Her keen senses told her that Duan Muyao's mask must have something to do with her. Duan Muyao was Mount Tianshan's #1 beauty, while she was its ugliest girl. Duan Muyao had been Long Fei's junior sister since she was young, but Zhang Qiuying was fated to be Long Fei's enemy. Zhang Qiuying had never liked Duan Muyao, so she dearly wanted to peel off her mask and see for herself. Of course, her father was present, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Zhang Qiuxi put on an act and explained everything to Duan Muyao before saying earnestly, "Yao Yao, martial uncle can't interfere with the matters between you and your senior brother. Once your master comes out of closed-door cultivation, you two can deal with it yourselves. Now that your senior brother is suspecting martial uncle, you have to testify for martial uncle." Duan Muyao looked towards Long Fei and felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Grievances, unwillingness, regret, despair, bitterness, and pain flooded her heart as her eyes grew wet. Unfortunately, Long Fei was a cold, emotionless man. Aside from Han Yunxi, he looked at everyone else with cold eyes. "You want to be my witness?" he asked icily. "Yes." Duan Muyao replied without hesitation. She'd already ruined herself, so she didn't mind destroying this man in front of her. She wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. "Long Fei, if you don't love me, then hate me. Remember me forever, and hate me forever. Martial Uncle Tsang wasn't my accomplice. I did it all by myself. I bribed Lady Leng Yu to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi. Martial Uncle Tsang tried to persuade me, but I didn't listen." Duan Muyao's lips curved into a self-mocking smile. "Even now, I don't regret it. I didn't kidnap Grand Concubine Yi because I wanted Senior Brother's profound frost sword. I couldn't keep it under control, so I just wanted to lure Senior Brother out so he could treat my injuries, but I never expected Senior Brother to be so vicious and merciless. He crippled my martial arts and even wanted to kill me. If Martial Uncle Tsang hadn't arrived in time, my little life would have been over. Princess Yao really didn't have any intentions of hurting Grand Concubine Yi. Princess Yao suffered severe internal injuries and asked His Highness Duke of Qin for help over and over again. His Highness Duke of Qin not only ignored their ties as fellow disciples and didn't lend a helping hand, but spoke ill of her each time. Princess Yao only hired assassins on impulse to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi. Although Princess Yao was in the wrong first, but the blue-robed servant girl was well-trained. As she spoke, she began to cry. But I never expected His Highness Duke of Qin to be so cruel. Fortunately, Elder Tsang followed to find the princess. Otherwise, this servant would never have seen the princess again. Jackals of the same lair. Han Yunxi cursed in her heart. Did you see your lordship hurt her with your own eyes? Long Fei's icy gaze landed on the blue-robed servant girl, who gave a start before hastily dodging away. Her legs grew weak as she stammered, No, this servant, no, it was Elder Tsang who rescued the princess. This servant saw it. You were the one who told Martial Uncle Tsang that Duan Muyao went to Lost Void Lake. That's why he chased after her. Long Fei asked icily. Yes. The servant girl grit her teeth and mustered her courage. Martial Uncle Tsang chased her all the way to Lost Void Lake and happened to see your lordship about to kill you. Long Fei Yi looked towards Duan Muyao again. Yes. Compared to the blue-robed servant girl, Duan Muyao was much more confident. Long Fei Yi looked towards Tsang Chosi next. Martial Uncle Tsang couldn't stop Duan Muyao, so he interrogated the servant girl before chasing her to Lost Void Lake. Long Fei Yi's repeated questions made Tsang Chosi uneasy, but he'd thought over his words carefully and didn't have any flaws. After some hesitation, he said with certainty, yes. He, Duan Muyao, and the servant girl all agreed. Unless they found another witness, Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Fei, do you believe me now? Tsang Chosi asked seriously. But Long Fei only replied icily, don't believe me. Things have already gotten to this point. Old man has done everything he could. It's up to you to believe me or not. Old man has a clear conscience. Tsang Chosi grew stern. Even if you don't believe me, old man doesn't regret saving. Before he could finish, Long Fei Yi cut in cold. Then may I ask why Martial Uncle wasn't poisoned? Poisoned? Tsang Chosi gave a start. He was a little lost, but seemed to remember something. Meanwhile, Han Yunxi immediately understood Long Fei Yi's meaning. She got it. Why didn't she think of that? Poison was the biggest flaw in this case. Tsang Chosi knitted his brows in confusion, but Han Yunxi suddenly activated Pear Blossom Teardrop Rain and shot him with a poison needle. Tsang Chosi didn't have time to retort until he was struck. Han Yunxi, you've got guts. As soon as he spoke, his stomach began to hurt. Han Yunxi, you actually dared to poison old man. Someone, come. Tsang Chosi clutched his stomach and tried to hold on, but poison was poison. He couldn't hold on and soon collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, all of the Lockhart courtyard disciples surrounded him. Tsang Choying rushed forward to support Tsang Chosi. Father, what's wrong? Han Yunxi, you've got guts. You dared to commit murder on Celestial Mountain. Rebellion, rebellion. Someone come, hurry and arrest old man. Second and third elder were furious, while Granny Yu was stunned. Fei, what do you mean by this? Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunxi behind him to protect her. Yunxi only wants to prove the truth, he said coldly. Everyone, please calm down. By now, Tsang Chosi had realized the flaw in his lie. Lady Leng Yu's assassins had been poisoned in the maze, making it impossible for them to ambush Long Fei Yi and the rest. Right now, he was suffering from the same poison as those female assassins. He couldn't give Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi a chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, he and Duan Muyao would never be able to explain themselves. Tsang Chosi was practically roaring. Someone come, arrest them. Hurry! In a flash, all of the Lockhart courtyard disciples unsheathed their swords and pointed them at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Senior brother, let Fei explain himself first. There's no rush. Granny Yu said. But Tsang Chosi ignored her. Neither the Lockhart courtyard disciples paid her any attention. Even Tsang Choying sensed something off from her father's tone. She unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi, if you dare to hurt my father, I'll fight you to the death. Granny Yu couldn't stop them, so second and third elder had long retreated. With swords drawn and bows bent, a fight was about to break out. Long Fei Yi was about to unsheath his sword when Han Yunxi suddenly stopped him. Her voice was cold. Tsang Chosi, have your men withdraw immediately. Otherwise, this Wang Fei guarantees that no one will be able to treat your poison. Try me if you don't believe me. Tsang Chiosi gave a start. At this moment, a low, stern voice spoke up from behind Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare she behave so atrociously at this esteemed one's feet? Chapter 7:18. Not only was this voice unfamiliar to Han Yunxi, but many of the disciples from the two depositories and courtyards as well. Almost everyone turned to look, including Long Fei Yi. A white figure slowly descended from Celestial Mountain's peak, his white robes fluttering in the wind as his white hair swayed in the wind. His white beard fluttered in the wind, making him look elegant and refined, dignified and holy. Han Yunxi couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence as she watched. Is there really an old immortal living on Celestial Mountain? Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Soon enough, the white-robed old man landed on the ground. He looked to be in his early 60s, with a thin figure and a tall stature. Despite his age, he didn't look old at all. He was dressed in spacious, wide-sleeved robes without any decorations. It was so simple that it seemed extraordinary. Half his hair was tied up in a bun with a white jade hairpin. His silvery hair reached his waist, neatly combed and smooth. Although his face was old, wrinkles could be seen, and his white beard was long, but his face still made people feel that he was handsome. When he was young, he must have been an incomparably handsome man. His face was taut and solemn as he scrutinized Han Yunxi with cold eyes. This was none other than the head of Tianshan Kenzo, Long Fei Ye's master, old man Kenshin Li. The surrounding disciples all knelt to pay their respects, while the elders did the same. Even Tsang Chiosi was no exception. Greetings to honored master. Greetings to senior brother. Congratulations on successfully emerging from closed-door cultivation. Many of the disciples from the two depositories and courtyards had been on Celestial Mountain for years now, but none of them had seen the sect head's true face. Everyone was trembling with fear as they knelt on the ground. After all, this old man was the supreme leader of the martial arts circles. No one was a match for him. Long Fei Yi bowed respectfully as well. Master. Although Han Yunxi was shocked by old Kenzo, she regained her senses and bowed to Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi greets Senior Kenzo. Kenzo's cold eyes examined Han Yunxi before resting on Long Fei Yi. He was about to speak when Tsang Chiosi cried out, Senior brother, you have to uphold justice for your junior brother. This girl actually dared to commit murder on Tianshan Mountain and poison me. Fei was so infatuated with her that he couldn't tell right from wrong and almost got into a fight with the disciples. Duanmu Yao had just stood up when she immediately plopped back down on her knees and burst into tears. Master, you've finally come out of seclusion. Sob sob. Yao Yao has been wronged. Yao Yao doesn't want to live anymore. The Kenzo old man finally noticed that Duanmu Yao was also there. He didn't recognize her because she was wearing a mask. He frowned and looked at her. What happened to your face? Duanmu Yao sobbed. Yao Yao doesn't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Kenzo's old man strode over and tried to remove her mask, but Duanmu Yao held it in place. Master, if you take off this mask today, Yao Yao will jump off the peak of Tianshan Mountain right now. You'll never see Yao Yao again. A threat? Han Yunxi felt a little uneasy as she watched. She knew that the sword sect master doted on Duanmu Yao, but she never thought it was to this extent. Duanmu Yao even dared to threaten him in front of everyone. Kenzo's old man didn't care about Duanmu Yao's lack of respect. He rose to his feet and said to the servant girl, "What's the use of crying and sobbing? Hurry and take her back so we can keep an eye on her." Seeing this, Han Yunxi knew that old Kenzo was trying to turn a big problem into a small one. As the head of Kenzo's sect, turning a big problem into a small one was the wisest choice. After all, this matter involved the first elder and his 2 disciples. No matter who was right and who was wrong, arguing in front of everyone was not only beneath his dignity, but also had a negative impact on his reputation. Third, if the matter really got out of hand, he would have a hard time turning a blind eye to it. The servant girl quickly helped Duan Muyao up. Duan Muyao was smart enough not to refuse. Han Yunxi didn't want her to leave, nor did she want to turn a big problem into a small one. However, she wasn't an impulsive person. She didn't understand old Kenzo's temper at all. She could only remain silent and let Long Feiyi handle the situation. Although she wasn't trying to curry favor with old Kenzo, she couldn't afford to offend him either. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. Soon, the servant girl helped Duan Muyao back to the top of Tianshan Mountain. Kenzo's old man frowned again. It was obvious that Duan Muyao had lost all her martial arts. Otherwise, why would she need a servant girl to help her up the mountain? Old Kenzo's eyes flashed with anger, but he kept his composure. Zhang Qiuzi hadn't taken his eyes off old Kenzo this entire time. As soon as Duan Muyao left, he shot Zhang Qiuying a look. If he didn't cry out in pain, Zhang Qiuzi would do it for him. Master, I beg you to save my father. Han Yunxi poisoned my father. Master, my father's in so much pain that he can't speak. I beg you to save him. Besides you, no one can control that demoness. Even senior brother Fei has been bewitched by her and let her do as she pleases. Han Yunxi assumed that old Kenzo would demand that she hand over the antidote immediately, but Kenzo ignored her and didn't mention a word about the antidote. He looked at Han Yunxi and asked coldly, Han Yunxi, is you? Exactly, Han Yunxi admitted openly. Ambushing an elder on Celestial Mountain? Do you know the worst punishment for that? Old Kenzo asked. I didn't do anything violent, I only wanted to prove. Before Han Yunxi could finish, old Kenzo cut her off. A sneak attack is a sneak attack. There's no need to explain. Long Feiyi immediately tried to explain himself. Master, I told her to use the poison. If you want to punish someone, punish this disciple. This disciple is willing to accept the punishment. Han Yunxi tugged at Long Feiyi's sleeve to express her dissatisfaction. They clearly didn't do anything wrong. They hadn't even figured out the truth behind Grand Concubine Yi's kidnapping, so why should they be punished? She couldn't accept it. Long Feiyi patted her hand to tell her to calm down. Han Yunxi's heart was stifled, but she still listened to Long Feiyi. Junior sister, according to the sect rules, how should they be punished? Old Kenzo asked. A complicated look flitted past Granny Yu's eyes as she hesitated. According to the sect rules, a light punishment would be 3 years of reflection in the abstinence hall. A heavy punishment would be expulsion from Tianshan Kenzo. Han Yunxi sucked in a cold breath. If they punished Long Feiyi like this today, they might as well fight to the death. She was truly disappointed in old Kenzo. This old man was too unreasonable. Since this is your first offense and you didn't do it on purpose, I'll punish you with a month of reflection, old Kenzo said as he waved a hand to dismiss the crowd. Zhang Qiuzi rejoiced. Although he'd been poisoned, at least the matter with Grand Concubine Yi had stopped for now. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi couldn't expose his lies, so he'd escaped disaster. He endured the pain in his stomach and waited. No matter what, his senior brother would help him get the antidote. As the crowd dispersed, Long Feiyi's eyes were hooded. It was unclear what he was thinking, but he didn't speak. Han Yunxi couldn't take it anymore. A month of reflection would delay Long Feiyi's ascent to Celestial Mountain. Taking a step back, even if there was no delay, what right did they have to suffer? It was too sullen. They could clearly prove that Zhang Qiuzi was lying and that he and Duan Muyao were in cahoots to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi. She'd poisoned Sangchozi to prove that he couldn't cure the poison. But if he couldn't cure the poison, how did he get lost in the first place? After all, she'd poisoned Long Fei Yi after entering the maze. When Lady Ling Yu escaped with Leng Shuangshuang and Sangchozi rescued Duan Muyao, she'd wanted to use poison to trap them, but a mysterious expert cured the poison. Otherwise, neither Lady Ling Yu nor Sangchozi would have escaped. It was obvious that Sangchozi didn't understand poisons and didn't know someone had cured him of the poison. That was why he'd made such a mistake. His lies were full of holes. It was obvious that he and Duan Muyao had hidden by the lakeside to avoid being poisoned. Everything he'd said just then, Duan Muyao, and that servant girl's testimony were all lies. Han Yunshi didn't understand. Why didn't Long Fei Yi tell the truth? As long as he did, her poisoning would be excusable and Sangchozi's reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he'd be severely punished by the abstinence courtyard. Seeing that Long Fei Yi still didn't understand, Han Yunshi said coldly, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to punish someone, punish me. I was the one who poisoned him. Even the Duke of Qin has no antidote. Senior Kenzo, it's no use punishing him." Everyone had already walked far away, but they still turned back to look. But Kenzo ignored Han Yunshi and said to Granny Yu, "Come to my place tonight to pick him up. He hasn't been back for a long time, so allow this Grandmaster to have a good chat with him." Hearing this, everyone knew that this was the end of the matter. Grand Concubine Yi's matter was probably just as Elder Tsang had said. It was nothing more than a grudge between Long Fei Yi and Duan Muyao. It wasn't as serious as they thought. Once Elder Tsang's poison was cured and Long Fei Yi's 3-month sentence was up, Kenzo would deal with the matter himself. A good show had come to an abrupt end because Kenzo came out of closed-door cultivation early. It had to be said that those who were rejoicing in his misfortune were unhappy, especially second and third elder. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi panicked. She tugged at his hand and murmured, "You're going to admit defeat just like that? Don't worry. Master has his reasons for doing this," Long Fei Yi murmured back. "You're certain?" Han Yunshi didn't trust Kenzo at all. "I'm certain," Long Fei Yi was certain. Han Yunshi furrowed her brows as she stared at him. She couldn't accept this, but in the end, she chose to believe him. She believed that Long Fei Yi wouldn't disappoint her. She only hoped that Elder Kenzo wouldn't disappoint Long Fei Yi. When the crowd finally dispersed, Elder Kenzo didn't even spare Han Yunshi a glance. Instead, he said to Long Fei Yi, "Come here." So speaking, he tapped his feet lightly and flew to the top of Celestial Mountain like a swallow. "Senior brother, my antidote!" Sangchozi shouted. Elder Kenzo ignored him, but Sangchozi glared at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi glared back at him angrily. "This isn't over." Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunshi as he chased after Elder Kenzo. Although Elder Kenzo didn't allow Sangchozi to follow, he had no choice but to go to the top of Celestial Mountain. Although he didn't cry out in pain, his stomach was hurting so much that he couldn't bear a light touch. Tsang Qiuying had no choice but to help him fly up. Although Tsang Qiuying wasn't clear on her father's true relationship with Duan Muyao, she knew that he must have colluded with the girl in the matter of Grand Concubine Yi. "Father," she murmured, "what does Master mean by this?" He, after years of neglect, he's still as shrewd as ever." "This isn't over," Sangchozi murmured back. "After you send me up, come down immediately and find your eldest senior brother. Tell him to prepare everything." "Prepare what?" Tsang Qiuying didn't understand. "Your eldest senior brother will understand," Sangchozi murmured back. Chapter 719. As soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi's group reached the peak, news of Grand Concubine Yi's kidnapping spread through the mountains. Some said that Duanmu Yao had kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi to threaten Long Fei Yi to treat her injuries, but Han Yunxi caught hold of her weakness and instigated Long Fei Yi to cripple her martial arts. Some said that Han Yunxi bore a grudge against Head Elder for saving Duanmu Yao and poisoned him because she couldn't win in an argument. Some said that Long Fei Yi was so infatuated with Han Yunxi that he took the blame for Han Yunxi's crimes and was punished to reflect on his actions for a month. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion: Han Yunxi was a vicious, merciless, and lawless woman. It was best not to provoke her for no good reason. But in truth, this was only the beginning. There was no conclusion yet. Han Yunxi was very surprised to reach the peak. There was only a single tree and a palace at the peak, so quiet that it seemed like another world. The tree was a peach blossom tree planted in front of the palace. Unlike other peach trees, this one was as tall as 2 people and had a huge crown. Its old trunk and branches were twisted in a picturesque manner. Despite the frigid temperatures of Celestial Mountain, it was still covered in blooming peach blossoms. When the cold wind kicked up, the petals danced in the air, creating a dreamy, surreal scene. A single peach blossom landed on Han Yunxi's nose. Han Yunxi sniffed lightly and felt the fragrance seep into her nostrils. Han Yunxi had always loved the beauty of falling petals, but she felt nothing when faced with peach blossoms. Long Fei Yi gently removed the petal from her arm and rubbed her nose lovingly. He didn't say much, but held her hand as they followed the Kenzo elder into the palace. The palace was known as Nine Xian Hall. It was so tall that its peak couldn't be seen. It couldn't be described as grand and solemn anymore, but as a mountain that rose from the ground to reach the 9 heavens. A mountain of mountains. It had stood at the peak of Celestial Mountain for hundreds of years, awe-inspiring for hundreds of years. It had been battered by wind, rain, lightning, and thunder for hundreds of years without falling. As long as it existed, Sky Mountain would also exist. Han Yunxi looked at the palace and was overwhelmed with shock. However, when she walked into the palace, only desolation was left in her heart. She subconsciously turned her head to look at the peach blossom trees outside the door. She couldn't help but feel sad. The enormous palace was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. It was an empty hall, devoid of anything and no one. Only Duanmu Yao and the servant girl in green were kneeling in the middle of the hall. They walked in the hall. Their footsteps were very light, but there would still be echoes. Han Yunxi couldn't help but wonder if this place had once been lively. When old Kenzo's beloved disciple was still alive, was this place warm? One person's departure could destroy another person's entire world. Han Yunxi unconsciously held Long Fei Yi's hand tightly. She thought, if something happened to Long Fei Yi, would she go crazy? What's wrong? Long Fei Yi could easily sense her uneasiness. It's very cold in here, Han Yunxi murmured. Long Fei Yi embraced her from behind. Bear with it, it won't take long. Zhang Qiuzi and Zhang Qiuying were still waiting by the door. Zhang Qiuying insisted on sending her father inside, but Zhang Qiuzi told her to leave immediately. In the end, Zhang Qiuying turned to leave in a hurry after Zhang Qiuzi said something. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi saw all of this. Old Kenzo only glanced at the scene, but it wasn't clear whether he took it to heart. He creased his brows and walked towards Duanmu Yao. Zhang Qiuzi clutched his stomach with one hand while using his sword as a crutch with the other. He grit his teeth as he walked in step by step. Han Yunxi silently admired him. Even after being poisoned for so long, Zhang Qiuzi still had the strength to walk. As expected, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Zhang Qiuzi already had a rough idea of the lost path poison. Old Kenzo was trying to minimize the problem, or else he'd have forced Han Yunshi to hand over the antidote long ago. No matter what, he couldn't give Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi a chance to show evidence. His only option now was to infuriate old Kenzo. He could only rely on Duanmu Yao for this. Zhang Qiuzi gained the upper hand as soon as he entered. Senior brother, it wasn't convenient for me to speak in front of all the disciples. But since we're here today, I have to say it. Han Yunshi is too vicious. She poisoned Yao Yao and ruined her face. From now on, Yao Yao can't see anyone. His words weren't just for old Kenzo, but Duanmu Yao as well. As expected, Duanmu Yao tore off her mask to reveal her aged face and wailed. Master! You have to uphold justice for Yao Yao. Sob sob, Master, senior brother bullied Yao Yao. Even Han Yunshi is bullying Yao Yao. Yao Yao doesn't want to live anymore. As she spoke, she suddenly slammed into a stone pillar at the side. She was so fast that even the maidservants beside her could not stop her. However, the sword sect master stopped her. In the blink of an eye, old Kenzo had moved to block Duanmu Yao's path. Duanmu Yao was certain that her master would save her, so she seized the chance to hug old Kenzo and buried herself in his arms. Old Kenzo knitted his brows as he pulled Duanmu Yao out of his arms. He looked at her face and sucked in a cold breath. Master, Yao Yao doesn't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. Duanmu Yao cried. Old Kenzo immediately looked towards Han Yunshi and asked coldly, You did it? Yes. Han Yunshi admitted openly. She wanted to bring up Grand Concubine Yi, but Duanmu Yao spoke up again. Master, Yao Yao can't practice martial arts anymore. Yao Yao's dantian is ruined. Old Kenzo had already seen that Duanmu Yao's martial arts were ruined, but he didn't expect her dantian to be ruined as well. His eyes flashed viciously as he quickly took Duanmu Yao's pulse. His expression turned even uglier at the sight. Seeing this, Zhang Qiuzi exhaled in relief. Although his abdomen was in unbearable pain, he held on with all his might. Compared to the antidote, Duanmu Yao's sobs were more important. As long as Duanmu Yao made old Kenzo lose all reason, he wouldn't listen to Han Yunshi or Long Fei Ye's explanations. With Duanmu Yao's status in old Kenzo's heart, she had the skills to do so. In the silence of the room, old Kenzo took Duanmu Yao's pulse again and again. Although he didn't speak, everyone could sense the killing intent emanating from him. Even the servant girl by Duanmu Yao's side couldn't help but back away, her heart on edge. Han Yunshi lowered her voice. Long Fei Yi, if this goes on, he'll go crazy. Old Kenzo might have Long Fei Ye's trust, but even he couldn't control his own mental illness. Han Yunshi was already regretting listening to Long Fei Ye's words. Still, Long Fei grabbed her hand and said, There's no rush. His cold gaze was fixed on Duanmu Yao as if waiting for something. Han Yunshi felt like she'd lost her mind to continue listening to him. Zhang Qiuzi was staring anxiously at old Kenzo as well. His anticipation made him forget about the pain in his abdomen. He wasn't just waiting for old Kenzo to lose his temper, but for Kenzo to go crazy as well. Of course, he had no idea that old Kenzo had lost his mind, but he'd done his best to investigate for the sake of the sect leader's position over the years. More or less, he'd heard rumors about old Kenzo's mental illness. Rumors said that old Kenzo would lose all reason in a fit of rage. Only Duanmu Yao could pacify him. There's no smoke without fire. He'd asked Duanmu Yao about this in a roundabout way, but had been denied every time. Today, he wasn't only offending himself, but using Duanmu Yao to prove the truth of the rumors. He'd made ample preparation so that once old Kenzo fell out with him, or if old Kenzo went crazy, or if Long Fei Yi fell out with him, he didn't mind. He had vast power in his hands, and Celestial Mountain only had old Kenzo and Long Fei Yi. Even if he was poisoned, he still had Duanmu Yao to keep old Kenzo in check. Long Fei Yi wouldn't give him the antidote. He'd already told Sang Chuing to send word to his senior disciples. As long as he gave the order, the battle for the sect leader's position would begin at any time. Everyone stared at old Kenzo as the atmosphere grew tense. But Duanmu Yao suddenly withdrew her hand. "Master, hurry and treat Martial Uncle's poison. If you delay any longer, he'll die. If Martial Uncle didn't save him, Yao Yao wouldn't have come looking for you." Her interruption jolted old Kenzo back to his senses and realized Sangchozi's presence. "Master, the antidote's in Han Yunxi's hands," Duanmu Yao said again. She avoided the topic of her dantian because she couldn't allow her master's secret to leak. He was her true support and the only one who could make decisions for her. Once his secret was exposed, Sangchozi would steal the sect leader's position. Then she'd never be able to shake him off for the rest of her life. Old Kenzo sensed his absent-mindedness and a complicated look flickered past his eyes before he released Duanmu Yao. Han Yunxi's heart finally settled back into her chest. As long as old Kenzo didn't act up, she was willing to trust Long Fei Ye's trust in him. "Fei, where's the antidote?" Kenzo asked angrily. Seeing this, Sangchozi grew doubtful. Could it be that the rumors were just rumors and Duanmu Yao wasn't lying to me? Why is this stupid girl in such a rush to help me get the antidote? "Senior brother, I can hold on. Hurry and take a look at Yao Yao. Perhaps her dantian can still be saved," Sangchozi coaxed with concern. He knew Duanmu Yao's dantian like the back of his hand. There was no way to save it. She really can't be saved. Old Kenzo shot Long Fei Yi a cold look. "Junior brother, if anything happens to you again, even I as the sect leader won't be able to escape the blame." Sangchozi grew uneasy. "If I can't anger old Kenzo, then I'll cure the poison first. I'll take it one step at a time." Although this wasn't the best time to seize the sect leader's position, he'd throw caution to the wind if Long Fei Yi forced him into a corner. Just then, Long Fei had been betting on Duanmu Yao's guts. He was certain she wouldn't have the guts to expose his master's insanity in front of everyone. "Master, this disciple doesn't have the antidote," he replied simply. "You're the one who shouldered this crime. Who else should I ask for the antidote from?" Kenzo retorted unhappily. "This disciple's crime is that he offended his superiors and had no respect for his elders," Long Fei Yi replied calmly. "Whether he's right or wrong, this disciple has no right to raise his hand against Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle's judgment belongs to Master and the Abstinence Courtyard." Han Yunxi suddenly felt at ease. She could tell that Master and disciple were putting on a show. She'd finally changed her opinion of old Kenzo. She'd like to see how Kenzo won Long Fei Ye's trust. Chapter 720. Kenzo laughed coldly. "Right or wrong? You hurt Yao Yao like this and still have the face to debate right and wrong with your master. Master, my Mufei is still lying unconscious in the estate. Forget about hurting her, even killing her isn't enough to vent my anger," Long Fei Yi said bluntly. Kenzo's eyes flashed with displeasure. Just what happened? Actually, his personal guard had told him everything as soon as he emerged from closed-door cultivation, but he never expected Duanmu Yao to be so seriously injured. He was well aware of Long Fei Yi and Sangchozi's argument in front of Celestial Sword's main hole. His displeasure stemmed from Long Fei Yi's second sentence. Long Fei Yi explained everything that had happened in front of Celestial Sword's main hole. "Master, Yunxi poisoned Martial Uncle Tsang with the same poison she used that day in the fog. If Martial Uncle Tsang arrived at Calm Lake later, then he should be able to treat his stomach pain. There's no need for Yunshi to give him the antidote. Long Fei Yi didn't finish the story, but everyone understood that if Zhang Qiuzi couldn't treat the poison, then it meant he was lying in ambush by Kong Lake. Zhang Qiuzi fell silent, knowing he had nothing to say. Duanmu Yao was still in disbelief. She never expected Han Yunshi to have such a trick up her sleeve. In other words, the person who helped them escape the fog was also a poisons expert? She had no time to think about who it was now. How could she argue in the face of reality? She could only admit her wrongs. She could admit her wrongs, but what about Zhang Qiuzi? Duanmu Yao's hairs stood on end as she realized the severity of the situation. If Master wanted to punish Zhang Qiuzi, he might drag her down with him and expose the most shameful thing between them. She couldn't imagine how Master would react if he found out what had happened between her and Zhang Qiuzi. Would Master think she was dirty? Would he cripple her? Duanmu Yao's mind went taut as she stared fixedly at Zhang Qiuzi, her heart pounding in her chest. If she had regretted it before, then she was thoroughly regretting it now. There was no turning back. Junior brother Zhang, do you have anything else to say? The Kenzo elder coldly asked. Long Fei Yi, as Yao Yao's senior martial brother, not only did he not help her, he even slandered her. I can't stand by and watch. I didn't stop them, I just wanted to protect Yao Yao. Zhang Qiuzi was in so much pain that he fell to one knee. Still, he spoke confidently, if I hadn't followed her, Yao Yao would have died for sure. So you're saying that I should be grateful to you? The old man in Kenzo sneered. I saved the sect leader's beloved disciple's life. If the sect leader still insists on punishing me, then please do as you please. Zhang Qiuzi's attitude hardened. Duanmu Yao was so frightened that all the hairs on her body opened up. She always assumed that Zhang Qiuzi wasn't strong enough to challenge Master to his face, but now it looked like she'd underestimated his strength. What she had done in the past 2 years was like asking a tiger for its skin. Han Yunshi could smell the tension in the air as well. Zhang Qiuzi was poisoned and had committed a serious crime, so where did he get the confidence to be so aggressive? Any kind of arrogance required sufficient capital. Han Yunshi discovered a frightening truth: the old man in Kenzo actually feared Zhang Qiuzi. That was why he tried to minimize the problem and put on a show with Long Fei Yi. The old man in Kenzo was furious. Punish as you please. Did you think this honorable lord closed the doors just to punish you? As he spoke, he pointed at Long Fei Yi and started cursing him. Do you know why Master punished you first? Because you were in the wrong first. So Master knew the truth long ago. Long Fei Yi lowered his head as he murmured. He, how could this honorable lord not know when all the disciples from the 2 depositories and courtyards were watching the show? Do you all think this honorable lord is blind and deaf? This honorable lord rarely interfered with the affairs of the sect these past few years, but I know exactly what you've all been doing. The old man in Kenzo turned around. Zhang Qiuzi, as the head of Lockhart Courtyard and leader of the 4 elders, you actually dared to do such foolish things with your juniors. It's one thing for Yao Yao to be insensible, but you had the gall to collude with assassins as well. If this honorable lord hadn't emerged in time today, where would your face be? Where would my celestial mountain's prestige be? Zhang Qiuzi fell silent with his head bowed. The old man in Kenzo's temper was still burning. Fei offended his superiors and was in the wrong first. You disrespected your elders and were in the wrong later. This honorable lord didn't punish you in front of all the disciples not because I was giving you face, but because I was giving face to the council of elders and my Tianshan Kenzo. Zhang Qiuzi's eyes flickered between light and darkness as his emotions grew complicated. He never expected Kenshin to have such thoughts. It looks like Kenshin hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Kenzo's prestige and reputation were more important than anything else in his heart. In this case, it looked like Kenshin wasn't planning to publicize the fact that he'd colluded with the City of Daughters to kidnap Grand Concubine Yi, nor was he planning to punish him. As long as there was no punishment, he wouldn't go to war. After all, he could rope in more factions for the upcoming ranking matches and Celestial Sword Assembly. It wouldn't be too late to make his move then. Moreover, Long Fei Yi had brought Han Yunxi to Celestial Mountain. This was the perfect chance for him to use Duanmu Yao to sow discord between Long Fei Yi and Li Kenshin's master-disciple relationship. Zhang Qiuxi's restless heart finally calmed down. After waiting patiently for so many years, he didn't mind waiting another 2 or 3 months. He relaxed his guard and used the cramps in his abdomen as an excuse to feign weakness. He collapsed at Zhang Qiuxi's feet and curled into a ball. "Senior brother, I know my wrongs. I'm willing to accept punishment." Hearing this, Duanmu Yao's taut nerves finally relaxed. She was so scared that she almost collapsed. Unconsciously, she pressed a hand to her chest and secretly rejoiced. "You're grounded in Lockhart Courtyard for a month," Kenzo declared cold. Failing to pass Abstinence Courtyard wasn't an overt punishment, but a secret one. Moreover, it wasn't a severe punishment either, but similar to Long Fei Ye's 1 month of reflection. However, Long Fei Ye's punishment was an overt one that left him with a bit of face. That was more like a sect leader's demeanor. Zhang Qiuxi relaxed even more as he laughed coldly in his heart. "It looks like Li Kenshin hasn't noticed all the big moves I've made over the past few years. Thank you, senior brother," he said heavily as he clutched his stomach. Kenzo finally looked Han Yunxi in the eye. "Cold," he said, "what are you standing there for? Hurry and hand over the antidote." Han Yunxi felt much more relaxed now that a crisis had been averted. She poked at her fingers with an apologetic expression. "Senior Kenzo, this poison, what's with the nonsense? Hand over the antidote." Kenzo was losing his patience. "There's no antidote for this poison," Han Yunxi was telling the truth. Kenzo grew fierce and ignored Han Yunxi to address Long Fei Yi cold. "Antidote. Master, if Yunxi says there's no antidote, then there's no antidote." "There's nothing I can do," Long Fei Yi intoned. Kenzo finally realized that Han Yunxi wasn't joking. Alarmed, Zhang Qiuxi exclaimed, "What?" While Kenzo ignored Han Yunxi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Although she couldn't settle scores right now, she could still torment Zhang Qiuxi a little. Kenzo spared Zhang Qiuxi for the sake of Celestial Mountain and Kenzo's political situation. She could understand. Understanding didn't equate to agreement. As a good daughter-in-law, if she didn't make Zhang Qiuxi suffer more, then she'd be letting down the unconscious Grand Concubine Yi. She crouched down in front of Zhang Qiuxi with an apologetic expression. "Elder Zhang, do you still remember the female assassins at Lost Void Lake?" Zhang Qiuxi looked past Han Yunxi to Kenzo. Senior brother, he was already at his limits, but he didn't want to be like that in front of Li Kenshin and Long Fei Yi. If there was no one else around, he'd be rolling on the ground right now. The pain had already spread up from his abdomen. His internal organs felt like they were being twisted together. It was so painful that he couldn't even breathe. "Senior brother, this damned girl is too impudent. I, an elder of Celestial Mountain, was actually, if news of this got out, what face would my Lockhart Courtyard have left?" Zhang Qiuxi endured the pain as he spoke with righteous indignation. Han Yunxi was already used to people like him being hypocritical and disgusting. She feigned panic and said, "Elder Zhang, don't say that. I really didn't do it on purpose. There's really no antidote for this poison. It's not fatal, so you'll be fine after 3 days and 3 nights of pain. The poison will disperse on its own." "You're lying." Zhang Qiuxi grew angrier as the pain intensified. All the female assassins at Lost Void Lake died. Do you think old man doesn't know? Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi had brought back many of the assassins' corpses from the City of Daughters. Zhang Qiuzi had been keeping an eye on them all this time. Aggrieved, Han Yunxi pouted. It's not like it's my fault. They weren't poisoned to death, but from pain. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame their bodies for being too delicate to bear pain. She grew serious and explained, Martial Uncle Tsang, don't worry. This kind of poison was not fatal. Only those women with delicate bodies would die from the pain. Martial Uncle Tsang is a man, so at most your legs will turn to jelly. Go back and rest for 3 days, then I guarantee you'll be fine. Zhang Qiuzi's ashen face turned ashen at her words. Although those assassins were women, they were still assassins who'd undergone all sorts of hellish training since childhood. If even professional assassins could die from the pain, what kind of pain would that be? It's only been half a day, so how am I supposed to survive the next 2.5 days? Long Fei Yi couldn't help but grin. His lips curved into a mesmerizing grin. Kenzo was expressionless, but his patience had improved. He didn't urge Han Yunxi. Duanmu Yao sat paralyzed on one side, looking anxiously at Zhang Qiuzi. For the first time, she admired Han Yunxi's poison skills from the bottom of her heart. Although she knew it was impossible, she still hoped that Zhang Qiuzi would die from the pain. Zhang Qiuzi never expected the poison to be so frightening. He regretted that he'd gotten carried away with his success and carelessness. That was why he'd been hit by Han Yunxi's needle. How could he die from a single needle before he'd even realized his ambitions? Finally, he gave up and sent a pleading look towards Kenzo. Senior brother, save me, Kenzo coughed lightly before looking towards Long Fei Yi. In the end, he didn't want to talk to Han Yunxi. But Long Fei Yi avoided his gaze and pretended not to notice. Chapter 721. Long Fei Yi avoided the Kenzo's gaze, leaving the Kenzo to negotiate with Han Yunxi on his own. Of course he was happy to see Zhang Qiuzi tortured, but there had to be a limit. If something unexpected happened to Zhang Qiuzi, or if he really died of poison today, then all his efforts to turn a big problem into a small one would be for naught. After all, Zhang Qiuzi was at the peak of Celestial Mountain, while a large group of people were waiting to betray him. The Kenzo didn't want internal strife on Celestial Mountain. The Kenzo was about to speak when Duanmu Yao cried and begged, Master, senior brother, please save Martial Uncle Tsang. This matter is all my fault. It's all because of me that Martial Uncle Tsang has to suffer. Yao Yao is willing to take his punishment in his place. If he has to hurt for 3 days and 3 nights, Yao Yao will bear the pain for him. Duanmu Yao wanted nothing more than for Zhang Qiuzi to die, so why was she begging now? It was obvious that Zhang Qiuzi had just shot her a warning look. She had no choice but to beg. At the same time, she hoped that Long Fei Yi would be unyielding to the end, and that Han Yunxi wouldn't budge an inch. She never thought that a proud woman like her would place all her hopes on Han Yunxi one day. What did it mean to lose? This was it, wasn't it? Duanmu Yao had lost the last shred of her pride and backbone. The Kenzo grew irritated at the sight of Duanmu Yao's sobbing. He said coldly, Han Yunxi, you were the one who poisoned him. No matter what, you have to treat it. Celestial Mountain doesn't tolerate your impudence. Han Yunxi was helpless. Senior Kenzo, there really isn't an antidote for this poison. Moreover, even anesthetics won't stop the pain. The only way is to forget about it. Forget? Han Yunxi, do you think we're all 3-year-olds? Zhang Qiuzi raged. Han Yunxi hastened to explain. Actually, there's no antidote for this poison, but it can still be treated. Forget about it and you'll be cured. As for how to forget, I have my ways. If this was any other day, Tsang Chosi wouldn't believe Han Yunshi's nonsense. But now that he was in so much pain that he almost didn't look human anymore, Tsang Chosi still harbored some hope in his heart. What method? Hurry and tell me. Han Yunshi stammered, this. Elder Tsang, this method is really. Actually, Elder Tsang, what do you want me to say? Just say what you need to say. The sword sect master finally lost his patience. Han Yunshi glanced at him innocently and said pitifully, after being poisoned, the more you focus on your abdomen, the more intense the pain will be. If Elder Tsang has good willpower and sufficient mental strength, you can meditate and hypnotize yourself. Naturally, you will forget about it. Elder Kenzo, Long Fei Yi, and Wanmu Yao all felt that these words made sense. Meditating and letting one's mind wander was not difficult for martial artists. But Tsang Chosi was so angry that he wanted to kick off his shoes and beat Han Yunshi to death. Those who hadn't experienced it firsthand would never be able to empathize. Even professional assassins couldn't stand the pain, so how could he ignore it? He hadn't ignored the pain from Celestial Sword's main hall, but he'd forced himself to endure it. Now he couldn't hold it in any longer. If we could ignore it. Old man, why would old man waste time here? Tsang Chosi's attitude hardened. Han Yunshi, are you going to cure the poison or not? Kenzo glanced at Long Fei Yi, but Long Fei Yi continued to ignore him. Kenzo creased his brows and muttered, Fei, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Long Fei Yi replied, Yunshi walks dogs often, so she can tie them down. Kenzo immediately glared at him, but Long Fei Yi only gave him a reassuring look. Still, Long Fei Yi didn't seem convinced, so Long Fei Yi muttered again, Master, shall we make a bet? Kenzo finally averted his eyes and dropped the subject. Han Yunshi would never disappoint. She crouched down in front of Tsang Chosi, her attitude even stiffer than his. Elder Tsang, I said there's no antidote, so there's no antidote. I urge you to stop getting angry and calm your heart to forget the pain in your abdomen. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Tsang Chosi's heart gave a lurch. He had already prepared for the worst and used Wanmu Yao to threaten Li Kenshin so he could force Long Fei Yi to hand over the antidote. But now it looked like Han Yunshi wasn't lying. There really was no antidote to this poison. Even if he tried to stir up internal strife, it'd be useless. The position of sect leader and supremacy of the martial arts circles would never be as important as his life. If he really died here, then everything he'd built up over the years would fall into someone else's hands for nothing. In the face of life and death, all grandeur was insignificant. Finally, Tsang Chosi grew afraid. Is there any way to make old man forget this pain? Tell me. Use pain to stop pain. Han Yunshi took out a long, thin needle. Elder Tsang, I'll help you. So speaking, she took Tsang Chosi's hand. Before anyone could figure out what she was planning, the needle had already pierced between Tsang Chosi's fingernails. Ah! Tsang Chosi cried out in pain. Han Yunshi, old man's going to kill you. Han Yunshi quickly backed away. Fortunately, Tsang Chosi was weak from the pain, or else he might have killed her with a single blow. Han Yunshi's needle had practically pierced through his fingernails, causing Tsang Chosi to break out in cold sweat from the pain. He glared at her, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Han Yunshi didn't speak, but stood at a distance with a slight smile. She was as harmless as an angel, but also reminiscent of a demon. Kenzo's gaze towards her was now filled with curiosity instead of disdain. Tsang Chosi was about to lose his temper when he realized something was wrong. The pain in his abdomen seemed to have subsided. He looked at his bleeding fingers, then at Han Yunshi. How could this be? He asked doubtfully. Elder Tsang, if you don't have enough willpower to ignore the pain, then you can only use pain to stop pain. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, so the pain from a needle piercing your fingers is far greater than the pain in your abdomen. The pain caused by the poison could be fatal. With Elder Tsang's tolerance level, the pain caused by this kind of external force is only physical pain. I believe that Elder Tsang will be able to endure it. As Han Yunxi spoke, she added, "One needle can last for 2 hours, so I'll give this needle to you." Han Yunxi purposely placed the needle in Tsang Chozi's hands. In the silence of the room, Tsang Chozi stared at the needle, seemingly hesitating. Kenzo and Duanmu Yao were watching as well, their expressions varied. Only Long Fei Ye's gaze was fixed on Han Yunxi. The more he looked, the more he liked her. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Needles piercing his fingers was nothing short of torture. What did she mean by using pain to stop pain? This was simply using torture to stop the pain. Tsang Chozi didn't want to believe Han Yunxi's words, but the results were right before his eyes. His abdomen didn't hurt as much as before. He had to believe her. After some hesitation, Tsang Chozi looked towards Kenzo. "Senior brother, I'll believe her this once." In other words, he wanted Elder Kenzo to take responsibility. Kenzo didn't trust Han Yunxi either, but he still nodded decisively. "Someone come, send head elder back." As soon as Tsang Chozi reached Celestial Peak, he was picked up by the Lockhart courtyard. He immediately took a few drops of his blood and dripped it onto a piece of paper before wrapping it up with Han Yunxi's needle. Then he had someone send a flying hawk message to Northernly under Duanmu Yao's name. Duanmu Yao and Jun Yixia were close friends, so Jun Yixia would definitely help him. He didn't know of Bai Yanqing's existence, but as he saw it, Han Yunxi's poison could only be cured by Jun Yixia. Although the pain was temporarily relieved, he still couldn't fully trust Han Yunxi. He not only wanted to know if there was really no cure for the poison in his abdomen, but whether Han Yunxi's needle had been poisoned. This woman's poison skills were frightening. As long as she got the chance, she could kill someone without leaving a trace. Back at 9 Xian Hall, Elder Kenzo spoke coldly to Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao as soon as Tsang Chozi left. "You too, come with this senior." Duanmu Yao's heart rejoiced as she rose to follow. Now that Tsang Chozi's matter was resolved, Master would definitely hold Long Fei Yi responsible for hurting her. Han Yunxi had no right to interfere if he did so behind closed doors. "Wait for me," Long Fei Yi murmured to Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi didn't want to let go. Just then, Elder Kenzo had been filled with killing intent when he found out about Duanmu Yao's Dantian injury. If not for Tsang Chozi's presence, he would have lost his mind long ago. Now Elder Kenzo had calmed down, but that didn't mean he wasn't angry. Heaven knows how he'd punish Long Fei Yi. "I had a part to play in hurting her too. If Elder Kenzo wants to be biased, I'll take the blame with you," Han Yunxi murmured. "Don't worry, Master knows what he's doing," Long Fei Yi said mildly. Han Yunxi didn't believe him, but Long Fei Yi added, "If Master wasn't fair, I wouldn't have come to Celestial Mountain today." If Elder Kenzo wasn't such a man, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have dared to bring Han Yunxi to Celestial Mountain after hurting Duanmu Yao. As long as he didn't lose his mind, Elder Kenzo would always be a father figure in Long Fei Yi's heart. Only then did Han Yunxi release him. "I'll wait for you." Elder Kenzo's figure had already disappeared into the darkness, but he still stopped to look back at Han Yunxi. "Lass," he asked curiously, "is there really such a thing as using pain to stop pain?" Duanmu Yao was startled. If she remembered correctly, Master had only ever called her Lass. But now he was calling Han Yunxi Lass as well. Besides Gu calling her Poison Lass, which she'd gotten used to, Han Yunxi didn't like it when others called her Lass. After all, she was a married woman. But hearing Elder Kenzo call her Lass made her feel inexplicably close. She smiled and replied, "Using pain to stop pain is just a trick I used to fool Zhangqiuzi. There's an antidote for this kind of poison." The needle I gave him just then was the antidote. But the antidote takes effect slowly, so the pain will only lessen rather than disappear immediately. With Zhangqiuzi's cowardly personality, he'll definitely continue to hurt himself with needles. Han Yunxi was especially confident in her explanations. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled with a moving splendor. Her radiant self was like a ray of light that illuminated the entire whole. Kenzo looked at her for a long time before saying, "Besides this honored one and Fei, you're the only one who can trick Zhangqiuzi. Is he praising me?" Before Han Yunxi could understand, Elder Kenzo had already vanished with Duan Muyao. Long Fei Yi gave Han Yunxi a reassuring look before disappearing into the darkness as well. Han Yunxi, wait. Chapter 722. Han Yunxi waited anxiously in the first hall while Long Fei Yi and the rest were upstairs in the second hall. 9 Xian Hall had 9 floors in total. Besides the 9th floor where old Kenzo lived, the other 8 floors were all empty and dark. Candlelight only illuminated a small tea table. Long Fei Yi sat there steeping tea while old Kenzo treated Duan Muyao's wounds. He didn't say a word as soon as they reached the second floor, but kept sending true qi into Duan Muyao in an attempt to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, all of his true qi dissipated as soon as it entered Duan Muyao's dantian. Since Duan Muyao's dantian couldn't gather qi, it was as good as crippled. In a short while old Kenzo had used up a layer of his inner qi, but he persisted. He didn't blame Long Fei Yi or console Duan Muyao, but seemed lost in his own world. Again and again, he used up his precious true qi to save his last hope. Long Fei Yi drank his tea in silence. Although he was looking at his master, his thoughts were on Han Yunxi. Actually, Han Yunxi had lied to his master just then. Back at Lost Void Lake, Han Yunxi had told him that the poison had no antidote. He didn't know what Han Yunxi had planned, but he knew that Han Yunxi didn't tell him because she feared Duan Muyao would tell on her. It was impossible for Han Yunxi's needle to have an antidote, but why was it able to relieve his pain? What was her motive for giving it to Zhangqiuzi? If not for his misgivings, he would never have allowed her to do that. "Master, it's no use, it's no use. Sob sob, master, don't waste any more true qi. Sob sob, Yao Yao has let you down. I've let Shirmu down. Master, Yao Yao's so sad," Duan Muyao began to sob. Only then did the old man Kenzo stop. Unlike the murderous aura from before, he only let out a long sigh and buried all the pain in his heart. He had always been calm, but there would always be times when he missed her. There would always be times when he could not hide the pain. There would always be times when he wanted to go completely crazy. If he went crazy, he might be able to forget about it. Long Fei Yi looked up and said coldly, "Duan Muyao, you should be thanking the heavens that this prince didn't kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Kenzo old man flicked his sleeves and left. A powerful gust of wind hit Chang Fei Yi. It didn't hurt him, but it shattered the teacup in his hand. "Your junior sister is already in this state. What else do you want?" Kenzo is not someone without a temper. Long Fei Yi immediately stood up and said coldly, "She colluded with Madame Lang Yu and kidnapped my imperial mother. If not for Yunxi's ability to recognize poisons and guide the mosquitoes, I would have died in the maze long ago. If she dares to do something, then she has to admit it. If she dares to provoke your lordship, then she has to be unafraid of death. How could someone who craves life and fears death be worthy of being a disciple of Kenzo? I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that I'll fail to live up to Master's expectations and fulfill Shimong's dying wish. I won't be able to learn the Xian Nu swordplay," Duan Muyao explained hastily. Master had always doted on her and taught her the Xian Nu swordplay, one of Celestial Mountain's top sword styles. At first, she thought her master favored her because of her talents, but later realized it was because her talents were very similar to her late Shimong's. Back then, Shimong's wife didn't have the Xian Nu swordplay, so Master hoped she could learn it. Duanmu Yao also knew that Master's insanity was caused by Shimong's death. In the beginning, she would practice the Xian Nu swordplay to calm him down when he fell ill. Gradually, she stopped practicing the sword and only needed to stay by his side to calm him down. She was very clear that Master didn't really dote on her. She wasn't even a substitute, but a shadow at most. Master only wanted to borrow her talents to learn the Xian Nu swordplay and fulfill Shimong's dying wish. Long Fei Yi gave a cold snort. A woman like you isn't fit to fulfill Shimong's dying wish. If you weren't so heartless, if you didn't go against Master's orders and refuse to treat me, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Duanmu Yao couldn't explain herself, so she tried to shift the blame. She grabbed hold of the Kenzo old man and cried pitifully. Master, this disciple has written to you time and time again. You know what the situation is like, too. This disciple even brought back your letters for senior brother to see, but senior brother he just won't treat this disciple's injuries. Senior brother is too heartless. Excuses. Tsang Chosi's martial arts skills far surpass your lordship's. If you could collude with him, why didn't you let him treat your injuries? Long Fei Yi asked. Duanmu Yao's main goal in kidnapping Grand Concubine Yi was to kill Han Yunxi. Treating her injuries was secondary. I didn't collude with Martial Uncle Tsang, he was only helping me. As she spoke, her sobs grew louder. Didn't you still like you? I like you. Long Fei Yi, I only want you to treat my injuries, as long as you, sob. Duanmu Yao knelt on the ground, her hands covering her old face as she sobbed. Part of her sobs was an act, but part of her true feelings. If there was no Han Yunxi, if senior brother liked her, none of this would have happened. She should have been very happy. Long Fei Ye's irritation was written all over his face. He was about to speak when the Kenzo old man glared at him. You still haven't quarreled enough. As her senior brother, can't you yield to her? Long Fei Yi wasn't in the mood to argue with Duanmu Yao. He simply wanted to use this chance to tell his master that it was impossible between him and Duanmu Yao. He wanted his master to give up on any thoughts of entrusting Duanmu Yao to him. The Kenzo old man helped Duanmu Yao to her feet and led her to the tea table. With a soft sigh, he said, both of you are in the wrong. Yao, actually, your senior brother was seriously injured back then. That's why he couldn't treat your injuries. Master knows this. Duanmu Yao didn't believe him. When Long Fei Yi had written to the Kenzo old man about the seal, the Kenzo old man already knew what was going on. The seal was Long Fei Yi's own secret. The Kenzo old man knew his limits and naturally wouldn't let Duanmu Yao know. Yao, you still don't believe your master's words? Asked the Kenzo old man. Duanmu Yao had nothing to say. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi added, even if this prince wasn't injured, I still wouldn't treat her injuries. Duanmu Yao was furious. Master, listen to this. Listen to this. The Kenzo old man's expression was ugly. He was about to reprimand her when Long Fei Yi said, this prince would never do anything to make Han Yunxi angry. Duanmu Yao cried again. She buried her head in the tea table and sobbed loudly. Master, he's bullying me. Sob, he and Han Yunxi are bullying me together. My father doesn't want me, my mother's dead, and everyone in the world is bullying me. Sob. I don't want to live anymore. The Kenzo old man furrowed his brows. He didn't know what to do with his two disciples. One was pampered and spoiled, while the other was stubborn. He had always indulged Yao Yao's personality, while he admired and was angry at Fei's stubbornness. Enough, this matter ends here. Who could the Kenzo old man punish? He couldn't bear to punish Duanmu Yao, but he couldn't bear to punish Long Fei Yi either. Moreover, he still had a lot of responsibilities to entrust to Long Fei Yi in the next few months. Now wasn't the time to talk about his daughter's affairs. Duanmu Yao had a guilty conscience. She knew that if not for her mistress, her master would have handed her over to the abstinence courtyard long ago. Seeing her master's attitude, she knew when to stop. But Long Fei Yi wasn't going to let it go so easily. My Mu Fei's still unconscious. Duanmu Yao, just what did you do to her? Long Fei Yi asked. If you don't explain yourself today, this matter won't end. Chu Shifeng had been torturing the Leng clan captives over the past few days, but got nothing out of them. There had to be something fishy about the kidnapping of Grand Concubine Yi. Just who was the poisons expert at the other end of the Lost Passage? How was Long Fei Yi supposed to explain things to Han Yunxi if he didn't get answers from Duanmu Yao? Grand Concubine Yi was just frightened. How could she not wake up? Duanmu Yao retorted. You have to ask about that. You were the one who kidnapped her. Long Fei Yi gave a cold snort. I didn't do anything. I didn't kidnap her, but Lady Leng Yu. I didn't even touch Grand Concubine Yi. Duanmu Yao explained hastily. When I went to Lost Void Lake, Lady Leng Yu had long taken Grand Concubine Yi with her. You were the one who hired Leng Yu. How could you not know what she did to Grand Concubine Yi? Long Fei Yi asked next. The old man and Kenzo didn't interrupt them, but listened intently. The rules of the assassin world dictated that they would sell their lives for money. Assassins would do whatever their employer asked for. On the other hand, they wouldn't do anything without their employer's request. It was impossible for Duanmu Yao to be unaware of Grand Concubine Yi's coma. I don't know. Duanmu Yao averted her gaze as she denied it. Yao Yao, you're still not telling the truth. The old man and Kenzo suddenly grew angry. Duanmu Yao gave a fright before admitting, Actually, I wasn't the one who hired Lady Leng Yu. Lady Leng Yu kidnapped Grand Concubine Yi first before finding me. Senior brother, you must have a grudge against Lady Leng Yu, so she's taking revenge. Long Fei Yi knew what was going on at her words. When you and Sang Chiozi escaped the maze, someone secretly cured your poison. Did you know? Long Fei Yi asked next. Was it that sneak attacker? Maybe it was Lady Leng Yu's helper. I'm not sure either, Duanmu Yao told the truth. Your lordship has no grudge against Lady Leng Yu, but perhaps I have a deep-seated grudge against that expert poisons expert. Long Fei Yi said. Duanmu Yao didn't understand, nor did she want to. She only wanted this matter to pass. The old man and Kenzo rapped Duanmu Yao's head. You lass, when will you grow a brain? You were used to murder your senior brother without knowing a thing. Master, Yao Yao knows her wrongs. Master, please help Yao Yao. Yao Yao still hasn't learned the Xian new swordplay. Duanmu Yao seized the chance to curry favor with her master. She knew that although her master looked calm, he was actually sadder than she was. He would definitely think of a way to save her. The old man and Kenzo hated Iron for failing to meet his expectations. He wiped away Duanmu Yao's tears and said, Go back and rest. Master will help you think of a way. Thrilled, Duanmu Yao rose to her feet to express her thanks. But before she left, she turned back and said, Senior brother, Yao Yao knows her wrongs. Yao Yao apologizes to you. Long Fei Yi ignored her. Duanmuyao knew he wouldn't, because he was only putting on an act for the old man in Kenzo to see. Aggrieved, she hung her head and turned to leave. Once she was gone, the old man in Kenzo began to coax, "Fei, Hao Yao is still. It's a great fortune that Master was able to control his inner demons today." Long Fei changed the subject. It was very dangerous. The old man in Kenzo was very clear about his own situation. Just then, he had almost exposed himself in front of Zhangqiuzi. Duanmuyao's martial arts are already crippled. Why does Master need to take the chance to cut off all hopes? With Duanmuyao around, you'll be even worse off. Why must you torture yourself like this? Long Fei asked. The old man in Kenzo fell silent for a long time before he said, "Fei, you don't understand." Long Fei wanted to coax him again, but the old man in Kenzo suddenly said coldly, "Hao Yao made a big mistake this time, but Master won't bicker with you. Next time you hurt her, don't blame Master for being merciless. This matter ends here." Long Fei knew his master would react this way, but he was still stunned. Master can save her. If Duanmuyao could be saved, then what about Gu Beiyue? Chapter 723. Faced with Long Fei's shock, the old man in Kenzo replied firmly, "It's not that you can save her, but that you must." "How?" Long Fei asked hastily. The old man in Kenzo didn't reply, but looked cold as he scrutinized Long Fei. Since when did this brat care so much about Yao Yao? He must be up to no good. Long Fei sensed his master's suspicion and said directly, "This disciple isn't interested in Duanmuyao's injuries. This disciple has a friend whose dantian is also badly damaged. He can't gather qi and his martial arts are crippled. If there's a way to treat him, please give me some pointers, Master." The old man in Kenzo rejected him. "There's no way to save him. Give up on that thought." But Duanmuyao, Long Fei wanted to ask more, but the old man in Kenzo cut him off unhappily. "Take care of yourself." Long Fei immediately shut his mouth, his eyes cold. He was cold by nature, so all he said was a few words to his respected master. The old man in Kenzo pulled Long Fei over to take his pulse and asked, "You used the lustbite energy again to kill Lady Lengyu, didn't you?" Long Fei's revenge on Lady Lengyu and his gift of the City of Daughters to Han Yunshi had long shaken Cloud Realm's martial arts circles. Even now, the entire martial arts community was still talking about it. Naturally, the old man in Kenzo was paying attention. Long Fei didn't reply, but the old man in Kenzo realized something was wrong after taking his pulse. He asked in shock, "Your internal injuries are all healed. How is that possible?" Long Fei had written a letter saying that he'd suffered a backlash from the lustbite energy when he broke the seal on his own for the first time in medicine requesting cave. That was why he couldn't treat Duanmuyao's injuries. Moreover, he must have broken the seal again to deal with Lady Lengyu, or he wouldn't have been able to kill Lady Lengyu in 3 moves. His old injuries hadn't healed, and now there were new ones. His internal injuries should be severe. How long had it been? How could he have recovered completely? But judging from his pulse, not only was this kid completely healed, his internal energy seemed to have improved a lot. Before Long Fei could answer, the old man suddenly threw a punch at him. Long Fei's lips curled into a smile and immediately countered the old man's punch. Fist against fist, the master and disciple began to compete. Soon, the old Kenzo sensed Long Fei's powerful inner qi. He was shocked and instantly released a powerful force to test Long Fei. He did not expect Long Fei to withstand it. The Kenzo elder is in disbelief and exerts more force. This time, Long Fei is unable to withstand it, but he only takes a few steps back and did not let go. The old man Kenzo was the first to let go. He was shocked. When did you reach the 7th rank? Celestial Sword Kenzo only had one set of inner chi cultivation methods, the Nirvana Heart Arts. However, the Nirvana Heart Arts had 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. Each rank differed greatly from the other, and the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Different ranks of inner chi allowed one to cultivate different sword skills and wield different treasured swords. Even the disciples of the branch factions at the foot of Celestial Mountain were only at the 5th rank of Nirvana Heart Arts. Of the 4 elders of Celestial Mountain, the 2nd and 3rd elders of the Sword and Scripture Depositories, and Granny Yu of the Abstinence Courtyard were all at the 6th rank. Only Tsang Chiozi was at the 7th rank. Being at the 7th rank was already very impressive. After all, no one besides the old Kenzo elder in Tianshan Kenzo's history had ever surpassed the 7th rank. The old man Kenzo was one of Tianshan Kenzo's miracles. He'd reached the 8th rank of the Nirvana Heart Arts in his lifetime. The old man Kenzo had only reached the 7th rank when he was 30 years old, and the 8th when he was almost 60. Tsang Chiozi had only reached the 7th rank 5 years ago. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was only in his 20s. Compared to the old man Kenzo, Long Fei Yi was even more of a miracle. A year ago, Long Fei Yi replied. Actually, if Tsang Chiozi hadn't injured him, he would have advanced even faster. When did you reach the 6th rank? It only took you a year to reach the 7th rank. Long Fei Yi had only reached the 5th rank during his last closed-door cultivation at the peak of Celestial Mountain. Even the cool-headed old man Kenzo couldn't hide his astonishment. Tsang Chiozi had spent a full 15 years to reach the 7th rank. Long Fei Yi had only needed a year. Long Fei Yi gave the old man Kenzo an even more shocking answer. There's no 6th rank. This disciple advanced from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. That's why it took less than a month for me to recover from the internal injuries I sustained at the medicine requesting cave. I didn't use the lustbite energy to kill Ling Yu. Who helped you? The old man Kenzo asked anxiously. Long Fei Yi might be able to break through in a short period of time if he worked hard, but he didn't believe Long Fei Yi could do it without outside help. Besides Master's internal energy, there shouldn't be anyone else in this world who can help this disciple, right? Long Fei Yi retorted. That's right. Only an 8th rank expert like the old man Kenzo could help a 5th rank expert reach the 7th rank. Thus, no one had helped Long Fei Yi. It was all Long Fei Yi's own hard work. The old man Kenzo looked at Long Fei Yi and gave a start. In the end, he broke into a bitter smile. Fortune makes fools of men. Fortune makes fools of men. Why does Master say such things? Long Fei Yi felt a little uneasy. Master thought you were injured, so I sent you to the abstinence courtyard to reflect on your mistakes. That way, Tsang Chiozi won't suspect you, the old man Kenzo sighed with emotion. I never expected you, he. Forget it. The old man Kenzo took Long Fei Yi's hand and used 2 fingers to test his internal energy. After a while, he sighed again. You're an early 7th rank, but you can't defeat Tsang Chiozi. He's a mid-7th rank now, so Master can't help you. Every rank of the Nirvana Heart Arts was divided into 3 levels. The gap between each level was huge, and many people couldn't compare to it in their entire lives. Long Fei Yi didn't take the matter to heart. A complicated look flickered past his eyes before he said, Master, you've nurtured a tiger for so many years. Are you finally going to make a move? It was precisely because his master hadn't been involved that Tsang Chiozi had been able to win over the scripture and sword depositories and even various other factions in the martial arts circles. Long Fei Yi could tell that his master was afraid of forcing Tsang Chiozi into a corner and causing internal strife. He could also tell that his master had sent him to the abstinence courtyard on purpose. But now he realized that his master was really planning to deal with Zhangqiuzi. The old man Kenzo bowed his head and drank his tea in silence. Only the incense in the room could be heard. Long Feiyi waited patiently without asking any questions. His intuition told him that the situation on Celestial Mountain was far worse than he imagined. Otherwise, his master wouldn't be so quiet, nor would he miss the chance to spare Zhangqiuzi today. After a long time, the old man Kenzo finally revealed a shocking secret. Zhangqiuzi has been in frequent contact with the heretical sword sect these days. As soon as there's internal strife, he'll lead the wolf into the house. What gall! Long Feiyi said coldly. The heretical sword sect was also a branch of Tianshan Kenzo. 100 years ago, they were expelled for cultivating Tianshan Kenzo's forbidden arts. Even now, they were enemies of Tianshan Kenzo and the orthodox martial arts circles. The members of the heretical sword sect were cold, merciless, and bloodthirsty. As soon as Zhangqiuzi lured them to Celestial Mountain, the peaceful Celestial Mountain would be plunged into a reign of terror. The old man Kenzo was too lazy to care what Zhangqiuzi did inside Celestial Mountain. Tianshan Kenzo was the master of the world's most powerful martial arts and the leader of the martial arts circles. Fighting for power and scheming against each other was inevitable. As long as Zhangqiuzi didn't go overboard, the old man would turn a blind eye. But if Zhangqiuzi was bold enough to lure the heretical sword sect to Celestial Mountain, the old man couldn't ignore him. Master, how are you planning to help your disciple deal with Zhangqiuzi? Long Feiyi probed. Master was planning to send you to the abstinence courtyard to treat your wounds and use the chance to pass on internal energy to you so you can reach the late 7th rank. But now... The old man Kenzo felt helpless. His disciple had created a miracle and advanced 2 levels in a row. He should be happy, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. If Long Fei's internal energy was still at the 6th level, he could give him his own and help him advance to the later stages of the 7th level. That way, Long Fei would definitely win against Zhangqiuzi's mid-7th level. But now Long Feiyi had advanced to the 7th rank on his own and wouldn't be affected by external forces. Even if he used up all of his internal energy, he wouldn't be able to help. If Long Feiyi fought with Zhangqiuzi, he'd lose for sure. Long Feiyi looked at the old man Kenzo in silence. He finally understood why his master wanted to abdicate. Once his master passed on internal energy to him to help him advance, it meant his master's internal energy would drop by at least 1 level. Then he'd lose his status as the martial arts circle's #1 expert. Actually, his master's martial arts were enough to kill Zhangqiuzi with ease. But if Zhangqiuzi was executed, the heretical sword sect would have even more reason to attack the mountain, the Lockhart Courtyard disciples would have more reason to rebel, and the Sword and Scripture Depository's elders would have more reason to denounce him for his inaction. Ever since Tianshan Kenzo was founded, there had never been any internal strife, much less any scandals. His master didn't want that, so he chose to sacrifice his own internal energy so he could participate in the ranking matches. Aside from the sect leader, all disciples of Celestial Mountain were allowed to participate in the ranking matches. Once they did, they were responsible for their own life and death. Even if he killed Zhangqiuzi during the matches, no one would dare to say a word. Once he killed Zhangqiuzi, his master would give him the position of sect leader. Everything would be perfectly justified and logical. Who would dare complain? The old man Kenzo knew he'd lost the hearts of his disciples, so he pushed Long Feiyi forward. He wanted to use the most peaceful method possible to resolve the hidden dangers of Celestial Mountain. Long Feiyi understood. It was the same idea as his goal for this trip. Long Feiyi wanted to use the ranking matches to kill Zhangqiuzi, stabilize the hearts of the various factions, and intimidate the disciples of the 2 depositories and courtyards. A fair fight was the wisest choice. He didn't have time or energy to waste on Celestial Mountain. After all, he belonged to the imperial court, not the Jianghu. Long Fei Yi rose to his feet and bowed with hands clasped in front. Master, you can help your disciple. Please undo this disciple's lustbite seal. This disciple can only win the ranking matches. Defeat is not an option. Lustbite seal, the old man Kenzo was alarmed. Impossible, you're seeking death. Chapter 724. While Elder Kenzo was stunned, Long Fei Yi remained calm. Master, this disciple never fights uncertain battles. You know that, Long Fei Yi intoned. Why do you control the lustbite energy? Elder Kenzo retorted. Because this disciple only used a year to break through to the 7th level. As long as Master unseals this disciple will definitely be able to control this energy within a month. Long Fei Yi was confident enough that he wouldn't have come otherwise. It's too risky. Elder Kenzo stared into his eyes and reminded him, you should know that a single misstep during this month could cost you your life. That's why this disciple is willing to accept punishment even though he didn't do anything wrong. Cultivating in the Abstinence Courtyard's Abstinence Hall is safer than cultivating on Celestial Mountain. At the very least, it can dispel Zhangqiuzi's suspicions. Long Fei Yi had yielded in the kidnapping of Grand Concubine not only because he trusted Elder Kenzo, but also because he had other plans. Elder Kenzo suddenly realized. It looks like you came prepared. This disciple is like Master. I don't want Kenzo to fall into internal strife or the martial arts circles. I only want to get rid of Zhangqiuzi. Long Fei Yi paused, then said, the lustbite energy belongs to the East Qin Imperial clan. This disciple needs it. Elder Kenzo didn't care about the state of affairs in Cloud Realm Continent's Imperial Court, but he knew that Long Fei Yi's words meant that he was prepared to restore the country. The martial arts circles might not be the main force, but they were a powerful aid. At the very least, they couldn't be a hindrance. Duanmu Yao's use of the martial arts circles to make things difficult for Ningqing was a perfect example. Taking over the City of Daughters wasn't just for revenge, but also to reward Han Yunxi. It was also Long Fei Yi's first step in intimidating the martial arts circles. Once Long Fei Yi took first place in the Celestial Mountain ranking matches, who in the martial arts circles wouldn't bow their heads to him or give way to him? Elder Kenzo fell silent for a long time before he spoke. Fei, this energy belongs to your East Qin Imperial clan. If you want to unseal it, Master has no right to stop you. But Master will remind you that if you can't control the lustbite energy, the consequences won't be as simple as qi deviation. Perhaps you'll pay with your life. The lustbite seal belonged to the East Qin Imperial clan, but Long Fei was the only one who'd ever used it. Even the sword sect master wasn't sure what would happen if he suffered a backlash from the lustbite energy. Your disciple has already thought things through, Long Fei said seriously. We can delay the matter with the Abstinence Courtyard for another day. You can reconsider, the sword sect master advised. Elder Kenzo's right, the old Kenzo's. The sword sect master didn't try to persuade him any further. He knew his disciple too well. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind, nor would he regret it. All right, Master promises you. Elder Kenzo said. You mustn't let down Celestial Mountain or your Imperial Mother. Celestial Mountain needed Long Fei Yi to stabilize it, just as East Qin needed Long Fei Yi to restore its empire. The burden on his shoulders was heavy. I won't let down Han Yunxi either. Long Fei Yi kept these words to himself. Then he turned to Elder Kenzo and said, Master, please keep the lustbite seal a secret from Yunxi. Elder Kenzo quickly realized something was off. She still doesn't know your identity. Long Fei Yi admitted. Why hide it from her? Elder Kenzo was no fool. There had to be something fishy going on here. Han Yunxi wasn't a woman Long Fei kept by his side for show. She was his favorite Wang Fei, but she didn't know about Long Fei's identity. She was Long Fei's closest confidant, but she didn't know about Long Fei's origins. Why? Long Fei thought for a long time before replying to Elder Kenzo. Private matters. Private matters, so I have no right to ask. Elder Kenzo smiled wryly. Even his beloved Yao Yao didn't dare to answer him like this, but Long Fei did. Yao Yao often flattered and curried favor with him, while Long Fei often disobeyed, contradicted, and wasn't polite. Sometimes, even Elder Kenzo couldn't tell who he favored more. Elder Kenzo didn't ask any more questions. Cold, he said, you brought her up Celestial Mountain. Look after her yourself. This Grand Master won't take responsibility if she gets lost. Understood. Then I will wait for you at the commandment courtyard. Long Fei wanted to leave, but Elder Kenzo stopped him. What's the rush? This Grand Master still has something to tell you. Master, I already have enough things to do. Long Fei rejected him directly. You don't have to worry about this. Elder Kenzo was unhappy. Long Fei didn't say anything, but Elder Kenzo tapped his chair to signal him to sit down. Long Fei didn't sit down. Master, please tell me what you want to say. Yao Yao and you are. Before Elder Kenzo could finish his sentence, Long Fei interrupted him. Let her recuperate first. We can talk about other things after she recovers. It was obvious that Long Fei knew what Elder Kenzo wanted to say. If it was in the past, Long Fei wouldn't waste his breath and would have left long ago. But now, he had to stay on Celestial Mountain for a while, and he had a favor to ask of his master. More importantly, Han Yunxi was also on Celestial Mountain. He could only stall for time. Elder Kenzo nodded. That's fine. Long Fei's eyes flashed. Since his master had agreed, it meant that he had the confidence to save Duan Muyao. If Duan Muyao's Dantian could be saved, then Gu Beiyue could also be saved. After all, Gu Beiyue's situation was much better than Duan Muyao's, since he could still use his Xinqi. Long Fei didn't ask any more questions. After leaving, he didn't immediately look for Han Yunxi. Instead, he instructed a few of his confidants to keep a close eye on Duan Muyao's every move. Elder Kenzo couldn't be followed, but Duan Muyao could. If they kept a close eye on her, they wouldn't have to worry about not knowing how their master was going to save her. When Long Fei returned to First Hall, he saw Han Yunxi leaning against a pillar with her arms crossed, staring blankly at the sky. This woman didn't have the slightest bit of defense. He'd already walked up behind her, but she hadn't even noticed. What are you thinking about? Long Fei asked mildly. Han Yunxi jumped in fright. She was about to turn around when Long Fei hugged her from behind. What are you thinking about? Tell me. I'm thinking about you. Han Yunxi was very honest. Let's go. We're going to the abstinence courtyard. Long Fei hugged her waist and flew her down the mountain. Just what's going on? Zhang Qiuxi's power is so great that even your master fears him. Han Yunxi didn't understand. Long Fei explained the situation to her while Han Yunxi laughed disdainfully. So it's Elder Kenzo who lost the people's hearts. Serves him right. Duan Muyao didn't tattle on us again, right? Han Yunxi was more concerned about this. Master knows very well. Don't bring this up again, Long Fei said mildly. Alright, the big picture is more important. Han Yunxi didn't want to get tangled up with Duan Muyao. In any case, the girl had suffered a lot in the past. I'll borrow the abstinence courtyard to cultivate in seclusion for a month. Be good and stay with Granny Yu, alright? Long Fei Yi asked. Long Fei Yi had only said he was going to cultivate and prepare for the ranking matches. He hadn't mentioned the Lustbite seal. Han Yunqi nodded without hesitation. As long as you don't chase me off the mountain, I'm willing to stay with anyone. Long Fei Yi looked at her dotingly and helplessly. I trust Granny Yu's character. Before I come out, don't leave the abstinence courtyard. If he kept Han Yunqi by his side, he wouldn't be able to calm his heart enough to control the lustbite energy. If he left her at Nine Xian Palace, Duanlu Yao would definitely cause trouble. Master's condition was unstable, so he couldn't stop worrying. Only the abstinence courtyard had Granny Yu's sense of propriety. She wouldn't cause trouble for Han Yunqi for no reason, while Duanlu Yao and Sang Chouzi feared the abstinence courtyard. Even if they did, Granny Yu wouldn't sit idly by. I won't go anywhere. I'll just wait by your door every day and guard it. Han Yunqi teased. Really? Long Fei Yi asked. Of course. Han Yunqi was certain. Then your lordship will never come out. I want you to guard me for the rest of your life, Long Fei Yi grinned. Han Yunqi had no idea when Long Fei Yi had become so fond of joking. She grinned back. If you don't come out after a month, I'll go down the mountain. I will leave Tianshan Mountain and never come back. Long Fei Yi hugged her tightly as they landed on the roof of Celestial Sword's main hole. He looked straight into Han Yunqi's eyes. Han Yunqi, why didn't your lordship realize you were so heartless before? If you're not heartless, I won't be either. If you're heartless enough to abandon me, then I'll be heartless enough to abandon you, Han Yunqi replied seriously. These words were meant to give Long Fei Yi a heads up. She was still worried that he'd send her off the mountain if he couldn't leave before mid-autumn. Long Fei Yi was satisfied with her helplessness and doting. In the end, he cupped her head and buried it in his chest. He sighed softly, his voice very soft. You're the only person your lordship can't be heartless with. When they reached the abstinence courtyard, Granny Yu personally came to greet them. She was going to take Long Fei Yi to the abstinence hall, but Long Fei Yi said, wait a moment. Shall we wait for my master to come along? The sect head is coming in person. Granny Yu was surprised. Master was in closed-door cultivation during your lordship's wedding. Now that Yunqi's here, I should invite Master to drink a cup of tea, Long Fei Yi intoned. He was going to formally introduce Han Yunqi to Elder Kenzo. Although they'd already met, that and Long Fei's formal introduction were two completely different things. If Long Fei Yi hadn't mentioned it, Han Yunqi would have forgotten that Long Fei Yi was bringing her here to meet his parents. Granny Yu looked at Han Yunqi from head to toe as she recalled the rumors circulating outside. Those rumors weren't without reason. Although Han Yunqi didn't know martial arts, she really couldn't be provoked. Then let's go to the tea house. It's been so long since I drank Fei's tea that I really miss it, Granny Yu smiled. As they walked, Granny Yu probed, Yunqi, why don't you practice martial arts? A few years ago, Long Fei Yi had declared Han Yunqi to be a waste who couldn't cultivate internal energy. Although she couldn't practice martial arts, she was too embarrassed to answer such a question on Celestial Mountain grounds. Long Fei Yi only pretended not to hear and didn't reply. But then Granny Yu added, Fei will be punished for a month. Yunqi, since you have nothing to do, why don't this old woman arrange for a disciple to teach you martial arts? The abstinence courtyard has already used up its quota for accepting disciples this year, right? Long Fei Yi asked. Granny Yu smiled. My abstinence courtyard doesn't have the good fortune to accept Qin Wangfei as a disciple. I'm only worried that she'll be bored and want to relieve her boredom. Many thanks for Granny Yu's kind intentions, but Yunqi won't be bored. Yunqi has plenty of things to do. Han Yunxi hastened to smooth things over. It was already shameful enough that she didn't know martial arts. What if Granny Yu found out that she was a martial arts trash? Chapter 725. Granny Yu suspected that Han Yunxi was a martial arts trash. She was just curious and wanted to confirm her suspicions, not humiliate Han Yunxi. Seeing Han Yunxi refuse, Granny Yu didn't press the issue. "Auntie Yu, please," Long Fei Yi poured her a cup of tea. "Your master didn't punish you for what happened between you and Yao Yao, right?" Granny Yu probed. Based on her understanding of Zhang Qiuzi, things couldn't be that simple. Even if Zhang Qiuzi wasn't in cahoots with Duanmu Yao, he wouldn't be so kind as to save her for nothing. She was in the wrong in the first place, so there's no reason to punish me. Long Fei Yi changed the subject. "Auntie Yu, I have a favor to ask of you. You're too polite." "What is it?" "Speak freely." Granny Yu's heart gave a start. This guy actually knows how to ask for favors. "Can Yunxi stay with me at the abstinence hall for a month while I'm being punished?" Long Fei Yi asked tactfully. Granny Yu didn't reply immediately. She knew that this was a heavy responsibility. If Han Yunxi stayed at the abstinence hall for a month, the abstinence hall would have to guarantee her safety. Zhang Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao would definitely seize the chance to cause trouble for Han Yunxi. In other words, Long Fei Yi was asking the abstinence hall to help him deal with Zhang Qiuzi and Duanmu Yao. As long as she stayed at the abstinence hall, Granny Yu had ways to protect her. But she wanted to know what Long Fei Yi was planning this time on Celestial Mountain. If he could kill Cloud Realm Continent's 5th-ranked expert Lady Lang Yu in 3 moves, his martial arts had to be superior to her and the other 2 elders. But how far was he from Zhang Qiuzi's level? "Fei, be honest with me. How long are you planning to stay this time?" Granny Yu probed. The abstinence hall never got involved in conflicts between factions, so it was impossible to rope them in. But Long Fei Yi trusted that Granny Yu would be willing to help if it was for the sake of eliminating Zhang Qiuzi and his ilk. Over the years, Zhang Qiuzi had pretended to obey orders while secretly opposing them. His hand covered the sky and violated sect rules multiple times. If Granny Yu had enough evidence, would she have allowed him to run rampant for so long? After the ranking tournament and the Heavenly Sword Conference, Long Fei Yi replied. These 2 events would directly affect the strength of the factions on Tianshan Mountain. It was equivalent to a chance for the various factions to reshuffle their cards. Granny Yu had an idea of what was going on. She replied resolutely, "All right. As long as she doesn't sneak out on her own, this old woman will guarantee her safety." Long Fei clasped his hands and bowed. "Many thanks." Han Yunxi sat at the side, glancing at Long Fei Yi and then at Granny Yu. Somehow, she felt like she had caused trouble for them. She was depressed. Why was she a martial arts trash? After chatting for a while, Kenzo's old man came over. As soon as he entered, Granny Yu and Long Fei Yi rose to pay their respects. Han Yunxi did the same. Kenzo's old man didn't spare her a glance, but simply said to Granny Yu, "Go to the abstinence hall. This esteemed one will follow him in and give him a few words." Once inside, no one was allowed to leave until their sentence was complete. Nor were they allowed any visitors. Kenzo's old man had come personally to undo Long Fei Yi's Lustbite seal. If not for this, he would have been busy trying to save Duanmu Yao by now. Granny Yu wasn't sure of the details, but she knew that Kenzo's old man had more than a few words to say. Perhaps the sect leader would deal with Long Fei Yi once he returned. Granny Yu didn't ask any questions, but silently made up her mind. No matter what, she wouldn't allow anyone to disturb Long Fei Yi this month, much less target Han Yunxi. "Of course we have to go to the abstinence hall. But, senior brother, the two of them have been waiting for you for ages. They're inviting you to tea, Granny Yu smiled. Kenzo's old man didn't understand, so he shot Long Fei Yi a questioning look. Breaking the lustbite seal tonight was no trifling matter, so where did this brat find the time to waste his time drinking tea? He assumed that the brat had long settled Han Yunshi down and was waiting for him at the abstinence hall. Master, disciple brought Yunshi up the mountain this time just to offer you tea. Master was in closed-door cultivation during the wedding, so I'm here to make up for your absence. As Long Fei Yi spoke, he personally poured a cup of tea for Han Yunshi. Please, master, have some tea. In other words, he wanted Han Yunshi to address Kenzo's old man as master. Han Yunshi accepted the cup and strode towards Kenzo's old man. But Kenzo's old man didn't say a word. Still, he refused to look at Han Yunshi, but stared cold at Long Fei Yi. It was obvious that the sudden tea offering had made him very unhappy. Still, this wasn't unexpected. Han Yunshi was Long Fei Yi's official consort, so it was only right and proper for her to offer tea to her master. Could it be that Kenzo's old man had other thoughts about his official consort? In Cloud Realm Continent's wedding customs, offering tea was a very important etiquette. It was a sign of the elders' acceptance of the newlyweds. Only the official wife and official consort had the right to offer tea to the elders. Concubines and secondary consorts didn't even need to be welcomed into the house, much less offer tea. A sedan chair could be carried in through the side doors. Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunshi to see Kenzo's old man to meet the parents, but also for the old man to acknowledge Han Yunshi's status. To put it bluntly, he wanted to tell the old man to stop shoving Han Yunshi into his hands. In the silence of the room, Han Yunshi walked step by step towards Kenzo's old man, tea in hand. Kenzo's old man and Long Fei Yi stared at each other. This was the first time master and disciple had been so hostile towards each other. Granny Yu, on the other hand, was looking at Han Yunshi with amusement. Han Yunshi took note of Kenzo's reaction. She had always known that the old man wanted to play matchmaker with Long Fei Yi, but only when it came to offering tea did she truly understand the old man's intentions. As it turned out, the old man still refused to acknowledge her status as the Duke of Qin's official consort. He even wanted Duanmu Yao to take the position. Han Yunshi's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Forget about being the official consort, Duanmu Yao shouldn't even dream of becoming a secondary consort or a servant girl. Her steps grew firmer and more forceful. Perhaps Kenzo's old man would refuse her in front of everyone. Perhaps he wouldn't even refuse her and would simply leave. Perhaps she'd be embarrassed. But she had to offer this cup of tea no matter what. She wasn't forcing Kenzo's old man to acknowledge her status. Instead, she was making her status clear to him. Han Yunshi walked in front of Kenzo's old man and knelt down without hesitation, saying loudly, "The Duke of Qin's official consort, Han Yunshi, invites master to drink tea." Kenzo's old man was unmoved. He continued to stare at Long Fei Yi. Only the master and disciple knew how much conflict was hidden in their gazes. "Master, please drink tea." Han Yunshi invited again. Kenzo's old man still ignored her, and the room was eerily silent. "Master, please drink tea." Han Yunshi begged a third time, but the old man still ignored her. Long Fei Yi's gaze turned cold. Kenzo's old man narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Even Granny Yu, who was watching from the side, was a little nervous. Kenzo's old man rarely got angry, but once he did, the consequences were unimaginable. Han Yunshi might even be chased off Tianshan Mountain. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi suddenly stood up and placed the cup of tea on the low table next to Kenzo's old man. She bowed slightly and walked back to Long Fei Yi's side. Kenzo's old man was clearly stunned. He finally looked at Han Yunshi. Granny Yu almost laughed out loud. She could tell that Han Yunshi was a stubborn person. She wouldn't cry or beg. She thought that Han Yunshi would kneel and refuse to get up. But who knew that after the third time, this girl would put the tea aside and refuse to kneel? What was the meaning of this? Was she telling Kenzo's old man that she had already offered the tea and that he could drink it if he wanted, but if he didn't, then so be it? The sight of Han Yunshi standing by Long Fei's side with a calm expression suddenly made Granny Yu like the girl. She sighed inwardly in the letter. What a pity, what a pity. If only this girl wasn't a good-for-nothing. Kenzo's old man quickly recovered from his shock and picked up the cup of tea. To drink it or to return it, it was a matter of thought. Kenzo's old man held the cup of tea and didn't move for a long time. No one knew what he would do, but it was obvious that he had no intention of drinking it. Master, if you don't drink this cup of tea, your disciple won't be at ease, Long Fei said. Granny Yu didn't understand this, and neither did Han Yunshi. Only the master and disciple duo knew that if Kenzo's old man didn't drink the tea, Long Fei wouldn't be at ease. Then he wouldn't be able to focus on his closed-door cultivation to control the lustbite energy. That's right, Long Fei was threatening Kenzo's old man. Everyone said that a mother's status depended on her son. Actually, as long as the husband was strong enough and had you in his heart, you didn't need to use your child as a weapon. A wife's status depended on her husband. Han Yunshi only dared to offer the tea and set it aside because Long Fei was standing right behind her, supporting her. Kenzo's old man gripped the teacup so tightly that it almost shattered, but he still yielded in the end. Many years ago, he had forced Fei to promise to protect Yao Yao for the rest of her life, but the brat refused. That was the first time master and disciple had gotten into a fight. In the end, master and disciple both yielded a step and Fei only promised to protect Yao Yao until she turned 18. The current Long Fei was no longer the Long Fei of the past, so he wouldn't yield again. Kenzo sighed to himself. Only now did he realize that his beloved disciple had grown up. Actually, he didn't want to break up Long Fei and Han Yunshi's hearts, but he loved Yao Yao too much and didn't want her to feel wronged. If Yao Yao became the first wife and Han Yunshi the concubine, that would be the best outcome. He had to admit that Han Yunshi's personality and intelligence far surpassed Yao Yao's. Unfortunately, she was useless at martial arts. At a time like this, Kenzo didn't want to stir up trouble. After all, Fei would one day become emperor, so Yao Yao would have a chance to become his empress. He downed his tea in one gulp and said coldly, "You don't even know martial arts, so you can call him honored master like the other disciples." In other words, a useless trash like her didn't have the right to call him master like Long Fei. Han Yunshi bowed gracefully. Yes, honored master. Honored master was far inferior to her master's father, but at least Kenzo had accepted her status by drinking the tea. Since she wasn't destined to be liked by Kenzo, Han Yunshi didn't want to get close to this honored master, nor did she want to curry favor with him, much less become his disciple. Trash was trash, so be it. She was still living well, overcoming all difficulties, slaying demons and eliminating devils. She had Long Fei and Lil Thing, so what did she have to fear? The tea could be considered a toast. Granny Yu led the way while Long Fei formally entered closed-door cultivation. Chapter 726. There were a total of 49 rooms in the abstinence courtyard, each with its own courtyard. They were divided into two sections, a light room and a dark room. The light rooms were no different from ordinary rooms, while the dark rooms were stone chambers and secret rooms. If it was a minor offense, the offender would be confined to the light rooms and forbidden from leaving to concentrate on sword practice. If it was a serious offense, the offender would be imprisoned in the dark rooms until his sentence was over. No one was allowed to visit him while he was serving his sentence. Long Fei Ye's punishment was to face the wall and reflect on his misdeeds, which was equivalent to being imprisoned in the dark rooms. Old Kenzo had come in secret to give Long Fei Ye a few words, but Granny Yu was well aware of the situation. She arranged for Long Fei Yi to stay in the most secluded and safest abstinence courtyard. In front of Kenzo, Long Fei Yi hugged Han Yunxi as if no one else was around. He had spoken a lot on the way here. This was the first time Han Yunxi had heard him speak so much in a single day since they were together. He had told her everything that needed to be told, as well as things that didn't need to be told. But now, he just hugged her quietly, very quietly. Han Yunxi hadn't had a chance to speak the entire way here. She was about to speak up when Long Fei Yi suddenly released her. "Wait for me." "I will." Han Yunxi agreed. When she saw that he was about to let go, she hastily added, "Wait, I have something else to tell you." Long Fei Yi waited. Han Yunxi scooted closer to Long Fei Ye's ear and told him the secret behind the needle she'd given Sangchozi. Long Fei Yi nodded. "Excellent. Is there anything else?" he asked. Han Yunxi shook her head. He was about to release her when Han Yunxi stopped him again. "There's something else." He patiently pressed his ear closer to her and waited for her to speak. But this time, she couldn't say anything big. Actually, there was nothing much she could say. She just wanted him to hug her a little longer. Elder Kenzo and Granny Yu watched from the side. Granny Yu smiled silently at Elder Kenzo, but Elder Kenzo pretended not to see it. He looked out the door with a serious expression. Long Fei Yi knew what Han Yunxi was thinking, but he still let her go. "Good girl, it's only for a month." Han Yunxi had always been free and easy, but for some reason, she didn't want to let go this time. Although she didn't want to think about it, she still let go. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi lowered his head and captured her lips, kissing her deeply. He didn't linger, but decisively let go, and walked into the secret room without looking back. Han Yunxi wanted to follow, but Granny Yu stopped her. After old Kenzo entered, he closed the door behind him. Han Yunxi stared at the tightly shut stone door, feeling inexplicably flustered. She didn't know what to do, only feeling that the world had suddenly emptied out and that she was the only one left. She'd prepared herself long ago, but why did she feel so caught off guard? Ever since he took her away from the capital that night, the two of them hadn't parted at all. Actually, she had no idea that he'd been watching her from the shadows even in the capital. It could be said that they hadn't been apart for long after that night in the bridal chamber when she cured his poison. But now they were separated by a single wall for a month. This was the first time in her life that Han Yunxi had experienced the torment of being so close, yet so far apart. He'd barely entered the room, but she was already having a hard time. She thought that she must love this man more than she had imagined. Elder Kenzo said he'd leave after a few words, but an entire hour passed with no sign of him. Granny Yu didn't rush him, but only told Han Yunxi, "You're here to receive punishment. Behave yourself and don't run around if there's nothing important." "Understood." "Many thanks, Granny Yu," Han Yunxi said seriously. Granny Yu didn't wait for Elder Kenzo, but turned to leave. Han Yunxi only knew that Elder Kenzo had gone in to assist Long Fei Yi in his cultivation. She didn't know anything else. She leaned against the stone door, trying to hear what was going on inside, but couldn't hear a thing. She wanted to calm her heart and seize the time to cultivate. She was still stuck at the first level of the poison storage space and couldn't break through to the second. Although they were on Celestial Mountain, various factions were stirring beneath the mountain, especially that mysterious poisons expert. He was hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. She was a martial arts trash, so her poison skills had to be even stronger. She had to be the strongest. Time always passed very quickly during cultivation. Han Yunxi sat cross-legged on the bamboo bed, trying her best to calm her heart. But instead of calming herself down, she accidentally summoned Lil Thing out of the room. Lil Thing had been nurturing its poison blood in the poison pond, so it was still in a daze when it was summoned. Like a ball, it rolled on the ground a few times before slamming into the door with a thump. Lil Thing crawled to its feet and rubbed its butt as it stared at the door in bewilderment. It didn't hurt after such a big bump. Lil Thing thought, I must have put on some weight. It looked back at Mama Yunxi, then at the door. It was about to jump out when Han Yunxi called it back. Come here, don't run around. Lil Thing immediately scurried onto Han Yunxi's body and began to squeak non-stop. Han Yunxi didn't understand, so it used its nose to nudge Han Yunxi's white jade crystal bracelet, as if asking Han Yunxi, where's Papa Long? Why did he disappear? He's going into closed-door cultivation for a month, so we have to rely on each other for survival, understand? You're not allowed to run around or cause trouble. There's a lot of eyes on us. Han Yunxi pointed at the door to the secret room as she instructed in a low voice. Lil Thing didn't understand, but it knew Papa Long was inside. Neither the gentleman nor Papa Long was here. Fine, I'll protect Mama Yunxi. Thus, Lil Thing nestled in Mama Yunxi's arms and began to struggle with a question. Should I protect Mama Yunxi for the gentleman, or Papa Long? I should be protecting the gentleman, but Papa Long hasn't thrown me out the window in a long time. If Han Yunxi knew what Lil Thing was thinking, would she kick it off Celestial Mountain? Lil Thing's mission was to protect her, all right. Did it need to protect anyone else? One day later, old Kenzo emerged. As soon as the stone door opened, Lil Thing scurried out of Han Yunxi's arms like a gust of wind. It wanted to barge into the secret room, but old Kenzo simply waved a hand and sent it flying out the door. This time, Lil Thing was in a lot of pain from the impact, but it still gritted its teeth and charged in. Unfortunately, the door to the secret room was already shut. Mama Yunxi was blocked in front of the door by an old man with a head full of white hair. Lil Thing had no idea who the old man was, but it rushed over and tugged at Mama Yunxi's robes while scratching at the stone door. It was anxious. There was a faint scent of blood in the secret room, but it could still smell it. Papa Long must be in trouble. Grandmaster, I'll just take a look, Han Yunxi begged. She didn't smell any blood, but she was worried about Lil Thing's restlessness. If you don't want to be a burden to him, then stay put and guard this place, old Kenzo said bluntly. Han Yunxi retreated without a word, making Lil Thing even more anxious. It wanted to attack old Kenzo, but Han Yunxi caught it in time and held it in her arms. Be good, he'll be fine. He's just in closed-door cultivation. Han Yunxi's comforting words calmed Lil Thing down. Old Kenzo glanced at Lil Thing curiously. This is a spirit beast that Faye gifted me, Han Yunxi replied. Even in front of old Kenzo, she couldn't reveal her poison sect identity. Old Kenzo had seen plenty of spirit beasts before, so he didn't think much of Lil Thing. He simply turned to leave. Han Yunxi stared at the stone door for a while before shutting it behind her. She had Lil Thing stand guard by the door and tell her as soon as someone came in. She found a hidden spot to sit on the ground and begin to cultivate. She believed that Long Fei Yi would be even stronger after a month, so she had to get stronger as well. Old Kenzo left in secret, so Tsangchozi's spies had no way to track him down. Long Fei Yi went to Abstinence Hall yesterday. Han Yunxi is staying there as well, the spy reported. Tsangchozi had just finished stabbing needles into his fingernails and was in so much pain that his head was throbbing. After a while, he recovered and said cold, "Old man will definitely pay back this debt with interest." He'd sent Jun Yixie's blood samples and poison needles, but had yet to receive a reply. Without a choice, he could only follow Han Yunxi's instructions and stab his fingernails with needles every now and then to ease the pain. Jun Yixie still hadn't recovered, so Zhang Qiuzi had sent multiple poison doctors to check up on him. All of them came to the same conclusion: his abdomen had been poisoned, but there was no cure. Aside from his abdomen, there were no other areas poisoned. As the pain in his abdomen subsided, Zhang Qiuzi stopped pinning his hopes on Jun Yixie. 3 days later, the poison in his abdomen was completely gone. He didn't feel any pain at all. Actually, Jun Yixie hadn't received Zhang Qiuzi's letter at all, because it had fallen into Bai Yanqing's hands. Jun Yixie was still with the Winter Crow clan, plotting against Northern Li's crown prince and second imperial prince while communicating with the barbarians about the horse trade. He knew nothing of his master's actions during this time. All his thoughts were on the horses. As long as he could get his hands on them, Northern Li would be able to get involved in the war between the 3 countries. After staying in Northern Li for so long, he still hadn't stirred up any trouble between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. His heart was itching for action. The grasslands in April were indescribably beautiful. Wild flowers dotted the fields like stars in the sky. Rather than grasslands, it was more appropriate to call this a field of flowers. The most beautiful part of the grasslands was none other than Flower Lake. Flower Lake was a lake filled with blooming flowers. Aquatic plants grew wildly on the surface of Four Moon Lake, causing large swaths of them to float in the air. Colorful flowers bloomed on the surface, stretching as far as the eye could see. Nothing could be more beautiful than a fairyland in the human world. Bai Yanqing sat in a skiff and fished in Flower Lake. Soon enough, he caught a fish that was black all over. It was obvious that the fish had been poisoned to death as soon as it took the bait. Bai Yuqiao was alarmed by the sight, but not by the fish, but by the hook. It was obviously made from the needles Zhang Qiuzi had sent to senior brother. As for whether master had poisoned the fish, or the needles themselves, Bai Yuqiao had no idea. She stared hatefully, knowing that master wasn't planning to tell senior brother about Zhang Qiuzi's letter. Recently, master hadn't paid much attention to the martial arts circles. He didn't even care about Lady Leng Yu's death. He was focused on the war between the 3 countries and the South Central region's commander-in-chief's estate. Just what was he planning? Chapter 727. Bai Yuqiao couldn't fathom her master's thoughts, but she didn't dare to ask. She only hoped that her senior brother would hurry back. Even if he returned to master's side, he might not notice anything. But there was always a chance. If he was far away in Winter Crow country, he'd have to help master count the money even if he was sold. Soon enough, a hawk circled overhead a few times before swooping down to land on Bai Yanqing's arm. Bai Yanqing took off the slip of paper tied to the hawk's leg and glanced at it before tossing it into the lake. Bai Yuqiao recognized all the hawks that delivered letters to her master, but she'd never seen this one before. That meant she had no idea where the letter came from. It was unclear what was written on the paper, but Bai Yanqing kept fishing expressionlessly. A full 2 hours passed before he finally spoke. What do you think of Long Fei Yi? Besides master, no one can compare to him, Bai Yuqiao was doubtful. Could it be that the letter had something to do with Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were currently on Celestial Mountain. Could that hawk have come from there as well? Zhang Qiuzi only knew her senior brother, not master. That meant the two had no dealings at all. Could it be that he had dealings with other people on Celestial Mountain? Or perhaps master had planted spies on the mountain? Your master can't compare to him either. Bai Yanqing chuckled. He can't compare to master. Master has a noble status, unparalleled martial arts, and superb poison skills. Long Fei Yi can't compare to you in any of these aspects. Bai Yuqiao wasn't trying to curry favor. In terms of birth, Master was a descendant of the 7 noble families, far more noble than any other member of the imperial clan. Moreover, Master had long found out from Grand Concubine Yi that Long Fei Yi was only adopted and didn't have the blood of Tianning's imperial clan. In terms of martial arts, only Tian Shan Kenzo could compare to Master in the current martial arts circles. Master only kept a low profile, which was why he wasn't listed on the rankings of Cloud Realm Continent's experts. In terms of poison skills, Long Fei Yi couldn't compare at all. Little girl, you don't know any better. Don't speak nonsense, Bai Yanqing chuckled kindly. He was probably the only one who could understand the meaning behind his words. In any case, Bai Yuqiao was confused. Bai Yanqing had the time to fish, but most of Cloud Realm Continent's forces were busy. The 3 kingdoms was at war, so he had to deal with the Tianan country as well. He was so busy every day that he didn't even have a foot on the ground. Win s longses, emperors to take s's troops win to reclaim. Although Emperor Kong Qing didn't trust the Chu clan troops as much as before, he had no choice but to do so at a time like this. Only the Chu clan troops could resist the Ning clan troops. On the other hand, General Mu didn't make a personal appearance in the Tianan country. Instead, he remained in the Tianan capital to assist Long Tianma. Young General Mu Qinggu personally led the Mu family troops into battle and won multiple victories. They even took over one of Tianning's major cities. The Chu clan army, the Mu clan army, and the Ning clan army, these 3 armies had worked together many times over the years to deal with the northernly cavalry, but now they were killing each other. They understood each other all too well. If it was a free-for-all between the 3 armies, Ning Qing would never lose. But the Chu clan troops and General Mu had joined forces to attack the Ning clan troops from the east and west. Moreover, Tianning's internal strife was still ongoing, so there were many who sought refuge with the Tianan country. Ning Qing could be said to be besieged on all sides, but the Chu and Mu family troops admired him for holding out for so long. Despite their admiration, the Chu clan troops and General Mu didn't relax in the slightest. Their supplies were limited, so they had to end the battle quickly. Food was the most important thing to the people, and even more so to the armies. Without grain, even the bravest of warriors couldn't fight on the battlefield. Western Zhou's agriculture wasn't developed to begin with. They had to purchase grain every year, and their internal strife had long left their national treasury with little grain. On the other hand, Tianan's agriculture was well developed, but many conscriptions over the years had left much of the farmland barren. It was likely that they'd have even less grain to hand over this autumn. On the other hand, Tianning had the support of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, so their grain wasn't as big of a problem as Western Zhou and Tianan. Thus, Western Zhou and Tianan wanted to end the battle quickly and focus on offense, while Tianning wanted to prolong the war and focus on defense. Actually, it wasn't just a matter of grain. War was a matter of moving one hair and affecting the whole body. Neither Western Zhou nor Tianning could afford to waste a single battle. In the imperial study of Western Liang's imperial palace, Ning Qing was casually leaning against the back of his chair with one leg crossed over the other. His left hand rested on the armrest, looking lofty and domineering. Even though the Ning clan troops had suffered multiple defeats, his expression didn't betray any of the dejection or disappointment of a loser. "When will the last batch of red coat cannons arrive?" he asked the black-robed servant, his gaze as arrogant as ever. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had already provided 2 batches of red coat cannons to Tianning. Ning Qing had used them all on the eastern front to defend against General Mu's attacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to Western Liang's capital with his limited military strength. "Master, those redcoats are still locked up at Three-Way Black Market. They haven't been sent out yet," the servant replied honestly. Ning Cheng's gaze turned cold. Who locked them up? The Council of Elders. Ningen strode in. Unless there's no other choice, those red coat cannons can't be used. Only then will there be no other choice. Ning Cheng retorted coldly. He'd led troops into battle for so many years, but when had he ever felt so stifled? Now he was being attacked from two sides. All he could do was defend, not attack. It was not his style to only defend and not attack. Northernly is a vicious wolf. You never know when it'll open its mouth to bite. Ningen said seriously. The two red coat cannons they'd sent out earlier weren't a lot, but the ones hidden at the three-way battlefield weren't small in number. Even now, no one knew where they were. They were Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's final bargaining chip, as well as the Ning clan troops. They were meant to guard against Northernly. If Ning Cheng used those weapons now, Tianing country would be the first to bear the brunt of Northernly's attack as soon as they moved south. When that happened, Tianing would be besieged from all sides and the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the commander-in-chief's estate in the south would be eyeing them covetously as well, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Northernly doesn't have any battle horses, so how can they move? As long as your lordship has a month's time, I'll definitely be able to take down Western Zhou. Ning Cheng wasn't being arrogant, but he had enough capital to back his words. He was certain that Northernly wouldn't be able to gather enough battle horses within a month. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to put them into battle immediately. Horses and cavalry needed time to get used to each other. Within this month, he could deploy all the red coat cannons on the eastern front to pin down the Mu family troops. Then he could focus on dealing with the Chu clan troops. Even if he could take down Western Zhou within a month, he'd be able to destroy the Chu clan troops. Once that happened, Western Zhou would no longer be a threat. No, you can't take that risk, Ningen wouldn't budge an inch. The Council of Elders has already issued a ban. No one is allowed to touch those weapons. The D clan's Council of Elders didn't have the power to control the other clans, but they did have the power to control Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's resources. Cowardly old thing, you'll never amount to anything. Ning Cheng's handsome face was frighteningly dark. If not for the fact that the situation was dire, his personality would have disbanded the Council of Elders long ago. Ningen was about to speak when a rush of wind came from outside the door. Ning Cheng immediately rose from his high chair, but at the same time, a sharp arrow whistled through the air to strike the back of the chair. Someone, come. Ningen was alarmed. He recognized the arrow as a Chu clan arrow. Black-robed guards quickly appeared, but Ning Cheng retreated with a huff. Chu Chinga rushed in with an ebony bow in her hands, her expression stern. It was obvious that the arrow just then had come from her hands. Ning Cheng, I never thought you'd be so lowly and shameless. Chu Chinga cursed. You went back on your word and bullied a helpless woman like me. Are you still a man? Give me back my witch aunt. Ever since her premature labor had been exposed, Chu Chinga had been enduring all sorts of rumors and slanders. She was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she simply stopped listening to or caring about anything. Besides asking Ning Cheng about Han Yunxi's condition every day, she spent most of her time hiding in the imperial harem. Unexpectedly, Ningen had sent assassins to assassinate her. She and Witch Ant had fought for an entire day and night. In the end, Witch Ant had sacrificed herself to protect her. Besides Ning Cheng, who else could have incited Ningen to do such a thing? Besides Ning Cheng, who else in the palace could have deployed so many experts? Ning Cheng glanced at Chu Chinga before resting his gaze on Ning, and Chu Chinga assumed that he was going to push the blame onto Ningen, so she said coldly, a real man dares to take responsibility for his actions. Don't make me look down on you. But Ning Cheng didn't push the blame away. Instead, he asked coldly, "Why is she still alive?" Chu Chinga sucked in a cold breath before drawing her bow. "Ning Ching, I'll kill you." Unfortunately, she wasn't as fast as Ning Ching. Before she could fire a full arrow, Ning Ching had already caught hold of the arrowhead. "You went back on your word, vile creature." Chu Chinga struggled, but couldn't move. Her archery skills were formidable, so Ning An's assassins couldn't kill her. But against Ning Ching, she was helpless. "Your lordship agreed to give you Han Yunxi, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you," Ning Ching said before crushing the arrowhead to pieces. He hadn't intended to kill her, but this woman kept coming to ask him about Han Yunxi every day. It was too annoying. Chu Chinga was tongue-tied for a while before she cursed Ning Ching. "Scoundrel!" She mocked herself in her heart. How could she have misjudged him? This man and Long Fei Yi were like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Ning Ching dodged the arrow and used it as a sword to stab at Chu Chinga. Chu Chinga used her sandalwood bow to block, but Ning Cheng's move was only a feint. While she was blocking, he viciously kicked her in the stomach. Chu Chinga flew out of the room and crashed heavily against the door. Ning Cheng looked at her disdainfully. "Your lordship doesn't kill women. You deal with it yourself." He was in a fit of anger, so Chu Chinga was simply seeking death by barging in. Without a word, Chu Chinga crawled to her feet and prepared to flee. Unfortunately, the door was already filled with guards. Chu Chinga gripped the bow in her hands as she hesitated. If she used the driving arrow arts, she might be able to escape, but where would she go? Who would help her deal with Han Yunxi? Seeing the guards surround her, Chu Chinga finally turned to face Ning Ching. "Ning Ching, tell me, are there any survivors of the Shadow Clan?" Chu Chinga knew nothing about the Nether and Shadow clans, but Witch Ant had told her everything before she died. Witch Ant said that even if she was a traitor to the Nether clan, she couldn't die in vain at the hands of the D clan. Witch Ant said that this secret could threaten Ning Ching and save her life. Chapter 728. The Shadow Clan. Ning Ching never expected Chu Chinga to bring that up. The Shadow Clan was the shadow guard of Western Qin's imperial clan and the most loyal of the 7 noble families. Back then, Chu Yuni had told him the secret of the Phoenix birthmark and offered to cooperate with him. He'd asked the Shadow Clan about it, but Chu Yuni hadn't said a word. Now it looked like Chu Yuni had lied to him. Now the Nether clan had exposed the secrets of the 7 noble families, while only the Chu clan knew about the Ning clan's secrets. Ning Cheng had been worried that Chu Tianyin would reveal the Ning clan's secrets, but the man had been focused on the war after colluding with the Long Tianmo. He'd forgotten about the Nether and D clans. Did the Nether clan's Chu clan know about the Shadow clan's whereabouts long ago, or did the Shadow clan's descendants seek them out of their own accord? "What do you want to say?" Ning Cheng asked coldly. "What do I want to say?" Chu Chinga laughed coldly. "What I want to say depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll say more. If I'm in a bad mood, hee." Ning Cheng understood her meaning and immediately dismissed all the guards outside. Still, Chu Chinga didn't buy it. Ning Cheng's attitude told her that Witch Ant's words were right. The chips in her hands were enough to suppress Ning Cheng completely. She didn't know how Witch Ant had found out about these things, but she was certain that her father, uncle, and even big brother had kept many secrets from her. Thinking back, Chu Chinga realized that she really had been nothing more than a chess piece. Even Witch Ant, who doted on her, had passed away, which only strengthened her resolve. From now on, she would live for her own sake and for the sake of revenge. Having gained the upper hand, Chu Chinga calmed down and began to play with her fingernails in amusement. Slowly and deliberately, she said, "Ning Qing, our previous deal wasn't pleasant at all. Tell me, how should I continue working with you?" Ning Chang's eyes turned cold, but he endured it in the end. Of the 7 noble families, he only trusted the Shadow Clan. If the Shadow Clan was still alive, then Western Qin's imperial clan had to have a descendant left behind. No matter what, he had to find that person. Ning Qing suddenly recalled the secret of the phoenix birthmark. Did the descendants of the Shadow Clan know about this? Had the Shadow Clan been searching for the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family all these years, just like the fiends? How do you want to cooperate? Ning Qing asked patiently. It's very simple. I'll tell you the secret the day you hand over Han Yunxi to me. Chu Qingge laughed out loud before she added, "Of course, you can kill me too. That way, you won't have to wait any longer." Ning Chang's hand, which had fallen into his sleeve, clenched so tightly that it made cracking sounds. However, his face was still as calm as before. "Someone come, send the Empress Dowager back to the palace." Chu Qingge knew she was safe now. She turned around gracefully, raised her chin proudly, and strode away. Once Chu Qingge was gone, Ning'an couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. "Big brother, there's finally news of the Shadow Clan. We'll immediately send someone to kidnap Han Yunxi." The D clan had been searching for their master for too long, too bitterly, and too lonely. Especially Ning Qing, who was the head of the clan. He needed companions worthy of his trust, someone who would treat him with absolute sincerity and risk their lives for him. "Han Yunxi's at Celestial Mountain. Are you going?" Ning Qing asked coldly. "Celestial Mountain?" Ning'an was surprised. "How did you know? Weren't Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi at the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate? When did they go there?" Ning Qing didn't answer her, but asked, "Long Fei Yi just destroyed the City of Daughters not long ago. Say, who do you think we should send to kidnap them after they leave Celestial Mountain?" Ning'an was at a loss for words. It was impossible to kidnap someone from Long Fei Yi's hands, unless they could separate the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Go personally to Three-Way Black Market and repeat Chu Qingge's words to those old fogies. Tell them to give your lordship 1 month and return the red coat cannons in full. Once we've destroyed Western Zhou and Tianan, your lordship will lead troops south and force Long Fei Yi to hand over Han Yunxi. So Ning Qing was saying that he was going to lead troops to kidnap a woman. Was that necessary? It's better to plan things out at length. As long as we can get Han Yunxi out of Long Fei Yi's sphere of influence, we won't have to worry about catching her, Ning'an said seriously. Your lordship isn't planning to play dirty with Long Fei Yi. Your lordship will fight with him. If he loses, he'll hand over Han Yunxi. If your lordship loses, he can do whatever he wants with me, Ning Qing said. Ning'an looked at her older brother in disbelief. Since when did the man Chu Qingge had called a scoundrel become so upright? Ning'an couldn't think of any other reasons. She assumed that Ning Qing wanted to use the Shadow Clan as an excuse to bargain with the Council of Elders and have them deliver the red coat cannons instead. After all, the Shadow Clan was more important than the fact that they were being attacked from both sides. "Big bro, leave Han Yunxi's matter to me. Focus on the battle. There's still 3 months until autumn. If they can't get any grain this fall, they'll have a hard winter." Ning'an was very calm. But Ning Qing only looked at her coldly. "Don't get involved in Han Yunxi's matters." So speaking, he didn't waste any more words with Ning'an, but left her to one of his guards to negotiate with the Council of Elders at the three-way battlefield. Ning'an felt that Ning Chang's handling of this matter was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she excused herself. She wondered if Ning Qing was holding a grudge against Han Yunxi. Not only did he want to kidnap her, but publicly humiliate her as well. After all, the news of Han Yunxi splashing wine on Ning Qing had long spread throughout the Ning clan troops and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. That was probably the most humiliating thing in Ning Chang's life. As soon as Ning Qing left, Ning Qing ordered his guards to keep an eye on Han Yunxi. Then he arranged for people to investigate the Chu clan and track down the Shadow clan. Afterwards, he buried his head in his pile of military reports again. After an hour of silence, Ning Qing lowered his eyes and asked, "Any news from Jin Jin?" Who was Jin Jin? His guard gave a start, but quickly recovered to report, "There shouldn't be any news yet. If they do, they'll definitely send it over." Ning Qing didn't speak, but kept flipping through the military reports in his hands. A few days later, late at night, Ning Qing finished his work and was about to leave the imperial study when he stopped at the door. Coldly, he asked, "Is there anything you haven't reported recently?" "No. We've handed over all the military reports we've received. The Council of Elders is still negotiating with them, but there's been no progress on the Shadow Clan matter," the guard reported. Ning Cheng's face was expressionless as he left without a word. Soon enough, the guards outside the door began to whisper among themselves. "Chu Qingge hasn't come to make a fuss recently. It's much quieter these days. At least we don't have to hear Han Yunxi anymore. It's so annoying. It's so scary when a woman hates another woman. Do you think Chu Qingge doesn't know about our master being splashed with wine? She brought up the name Han Yunxi to the master every day, so it's no wonder the master wanted to kill her. Serves her right. Chu Qingge's sudden absence makes me feel like something's missing." While Ning Qing was searching for the Shadow Clan, Gu Beiyue was in the Duke of Qin's estate, observing Grand Concubine Yi's condition while studying a map of Cloud Realm continent. He kept a close eye on the movements of the three nations, especially Tianning's Ning clan troops. Gu Beiyue knew that the Ning clan troops, backed by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, were the hardest to deal with compared to the Chu and Mu family troops. Because Gu Beiyue had moved into the Duke of Qin's estate, Bailey Mingxiang had grown wary of him. Ever since Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi left, she'd been living at Pill Fiend Pharmacy with Mu Ling as her companion. Without the Duke of Qin's orders, no one was allowed to approach the ancestral hall. Su Xiaoyu might have wanted to poke Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang's heads, but she didn't dare to cross the line. She had been thinking of ways to lure Gu Beiyue out of the ancestral hall before luring Bailey Mingxiang back. Today, Zhao Mama was about to deliver medicine to the ancestral hall when Su Xiaoyu stopped her. "Mama, can Dr. Gu stand up yet?" Zhao Mama looked at her doubtfully. Our little Yu-ers learned how to care for people today. I don't care about anyone else but Master. If Dr. Gu can stand up, Master will definitely be very happy." Su Xiaoyu's words weren't false, but she had other intentions. Unfortunately, Zhao Mama missed her main point. "So you don't even care about an old bag of bones like me?" Zhao Mama had always doted on Su Xiaoyu as her own granddaughter. After the girl lost her memories, Zhao Mama felt like it was heaven's will and treated Su Xiaoyu as her own granddaughter. Su Xiaoyu was a heartless girl, at least on the surface. She looked at Zhao Mama from head to toe and said, "Why should I care about you? Aren't you perfectly fine?" Zhao Mama poked her nose. "You damned girl with no conscience. You still haven't told me how Dr. Gu is doing." Su Xiaoyu asked impatiently. "He'll be able to stand for a while in the next few days. He'll definitely be healed by the end of the month," Zhao Mama said happily. "That's great, we should celebrate." Su Xiaoyu was thrilled. "Mama, your cooking skills are so good that everyone likes to eat your dishes. When Dr. Gu can stand up again, we'll call everyone over and celebrate." Su Xiaoyu thought that if they held a banquet and called Bailey Mingxiang over too, she'd have a chance when he got drunk. As soon as Granny Zhao was praised for her culinary skills, her heart was filled with joy. She immediately agreed, "All right, I'll tell Chu Brat about this." Chu Boy was Chu Shifeng. Calling everyone over to the estate would require Chu Shifeng's approval as the head of the guards. Su Xiaoyu grinned from ear to ear. She knew that Zhao Mama would definitely be able to handle Chu Shifeng. After watching Zhao Mama leave, Su Xiaoyu was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. As long as Bailey Mingxiang marries Gu Beiyue, she'll have to move to Pilfiend Pharmacy and never see His Highness Duke of Qin again. As time went on, Bailey Mingxiang naturally stopped harboring such thoughts. As long as she didn't harbor such thoughts, she wouldn't hurt her mistress. She wouldn't fail to live up to her master's kindness in saving her life and taking her in. What's the best and fastest way to forget someone? Get used to another person, of course. Su Xiaoyu was in a great mood as she skipped out the door towards Pilfiend Pharmacy. Soon, she saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the small alley. "Lady Hellion," she muttered to herself. She saw Lady Hellion talking to someone, but her back was the only thing she could see. She couldn't see the person's face in the shadows. Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then silently walked over. "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."